pefani waliribe shote Oma pefani waliribe shote Oma pefani waliribe shote Oma pefani waliribe shote Oma pefani
right. Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, all protocol observed. I think it is just the time that we should be able to start off with our day's program. Our time is first spent. Good morning once again. My name is Mildred Tohaise. I'll be here shortly before I get to invite the key moderator for this day, who I will be introducing to you in just a bit. But there is sanitizer that has been provided on some of the tables, or if you feel like sanitizing your hands as you step out, there will be a sanitizer right at the entrance. But also, for any places of convenience, when you step out, you can turn to your left, and you will find the places of convenience right there. This is going to be a recorded program, so I will request that we will, to the least, minimize our movement so we do not have to crisscross the different camera angles and shots that we do have. And it would also be very kind of you to keep your phone in silent just in case you need to take that call or not to have our ringtones disorganize the day. But we should be starting in a minute. So that will be the rules, not a lot of rules that we'll be taking in. We will also be expecting our the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I normally call this the Ministry of Everyone, or because gender involves men and women, labor, those who are working, and social development definitely looks at each and everyone. Welcome to this beautiful event. We will be expecting the minister coming through in the shortest time possible, but we already have the dignitaries, the various dignitaries and ambassadors who are coming from the different countries. We want to have a special warm welcome from our South African team and colleagues and family. Welcome. I just love the show off of culture of South Africa that is happening around in this room. It's a very beautiful one to look at. Our friends and sisters and brothers from Kenya, welcome. From Tanzania, welcome. And from Ghana and Nigeria, it is a pleasure having you. Yes, we just did have a South African High Commissioner move out, and also Ms. Elsie, the UNDP resident rep, also stay put because the minister is just right on her way, and she will be arriving, and immediately she gets here, we will definitely be kicking off with our discussion. But ladies and gentlemen, remember there is an exhibition that is happening outside, so please feel free to look at what is happening there, the beautiful pieces that you can be able to pick up. Some are eatable, some is a fabric that you can be able to pick up, some are gifts. You can choose to pick up one or two, and while you do that, remember that you are supporting a female-run business. You are supporting a lady somewhere out there. Since today we're looking at women's socio-economic rights and empowerment. So, ladies and gentlemen, just give us a few minutes. The minister will be arriving, and immediately we will be kicking off. I'll ask the DJ to keep us busy once again.
lush Maria. I want man Romeo.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming through. We do apologize for the delay, but it's just our time right now to be starting, and we will not take any more. I'll give it about 3 minutes for Isaac Mukalazi to kick us off, and right after him, we're going to be taking the anthems, and right after the anthems, we'll dive deep into our program. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Isaac Mukalazi to showcase some talent for about 2-3 minutes, and immediately after that, we'll be taking it off. Thank you so much. round of applause for Isaac Mukalazi. We'll definitely be having him back. A bigger round of applause for that talent, beautiful as it is. Thank you very much, Isaac. Pleasure having you. We'll be having him at a later stage once again. But for now, we need to kickstart with our program. And ladies and gentlemen, in all your distinguished capacities, I request that we stand up and take the anthems. And our technical team will take us through the Ugandan anthem, the East African anthem, and the South African anthem. Thank you. much. And before we get seated, allow me to invite Rose Wanyana to give us an opening prayer.
Some ourselves. Lord, one, thank you for this beautiful and lovely day. We give you all our praise and all our honor. It's such a joy to be together as one, and we don't take it for granted. Thank you. And Father, we pray that we'll continue in this oneness. We pray that it's a good day, good weather, and we pray that there will be fruitful deliberations, O Lord. And we pray that your Holy Spirit will guide us in these deliberations, and there will be big outputs out of this. We dedicate today's program into your hands. In Jesus' name we live and pray. Amen.
You may get seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Rose, for that. And for the anthems, I love Africa for that because it is just beautiful. And ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. The Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development has just joined us. Honorable Betty Amongi has just joined us right about now. Now, while we were doing the anthems, as the minister gets seated, I tried to look through, especially while we were singing the South African anthem, for someone who was singing, of course, with the exception of all the delegation from South Africa, I saw a Ugandan singing the South African anthem. Santa, could you just wave to us? Hey, a round of applause for Santa. I mean, that's the African spirit. I saw Santa singing the South African anthem, and that was a lovely one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to talk about trade. We're here to talk about resilience of women, because we all know during the COVID-19 period, there have definitely been a number of other challenges, but the COVID-19 period definitely brought to a halt so many things and affected women in a totally different way. So while we have this discussion, we clearly know that gender equality and empowerment of women is very critical for building back better and inclusive economies and leaving no one behind, just like it is the agenda for the UN and the Sustainable Development Goals. But also, to be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we need targeted strategies that are needed to improve the women entrepreneurs' resilience. We know that when a woman holds a business or when a woman is part of trade, there is just quite a lot that she is supporting right behind, and that's going to be our discussion today. But before I invite a key moderator for this day, ladies and gentlemen, allow me recognize the key protocol that we do have here. Of course, quite many, but allow me recognize the UNDP resident rep, that is Miss Elsie Atafua. Please, a pleasure always having you. And of course, there is no way we can fail to recognize the High Excellency, the High Commissioner Lulama from South Africa. Thank you so much. I love the exhibition of the culture from South Africa with her. And thank you so much for making sure that this is also organized and for ensuring that we have these discussions right here as the women, not only in Uganda, not only in South Africa, TZ, Kenya, and all the countries represented here, but we're looking at it as Africa at large. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry is also with us, Ms. Olive Chigongo. Thank you so much. I always love to call her the forever president of UNCC, which is beautiful. It means that she has performed her work diligently right there. We have various ambassadors from America, High Excellency Natalie Brown. A pleasure having you. Thank you so much for making it here. We have from Japan, His Excellency Fukuzama Hedimoto. Thank you so much. We have His Excellency Sheriff from Algeria. Thank you so much for making it. From Rwanda, His Excellency Joseph Rutabana. A pleasure having you. From Cuba, His High Excellency Mrs. Tania Perez. Thank you so much for coming through. And from Kenya, Ms. Salome Kagosha. Thank you for coming through. I think she just stepped out, yes. And we also have the Honorary Consul of Botswana, from the Honorary Consul, Ms. Mawa Odido. Thank you so much. And Ambassador Margaret Kedishi, the Head Consular Services, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much for making through. All protocol observed once again, and I'm not going to do this alone, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes. Apologies. Thank you so much.
Through the Ukraine war, women have been affected the most. And now, how do we ensure that women are resilient and they bounce back and bounce forward. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Lulu Xingwana, the High Commissioner of South Africa to Uganda, to give us her welcoming remarks and also to give us a background of why are we here today. Just a brief background of who Lulu Xingwana is. Her Excellency has been a Member of Parliament of South Africa from 1994, and she has served in various committees of the Parliament of South Africa. She has been a chairperson of the Sports Portfolio Committee. She has been a chairperson of the Parliamentary Women's Caucus. She has been the member of the Minerals and Energy Portfolio Committee. She has been a member of the Defense Portfolio Committee. She has been a member of the Environmental Affairs and Tourism Portfolio Committee. She has been the chairperson of the Joint Monitoring Committee on Improvement of Quality of Life and Status of Women. And she has also been the chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Women's Caucus, the deputy of the Minerals and Energy. High Commissioner is important because it's about women, and your contribution is very important. So she will be coming on stage to give us a background of why are we here and her opening remarks under our theme of women's socio-economic rights and empowerment, building back better for women and improve resilience. If we can give a round of applause for her. Thank you. Before she makes her remarks, I will call upon all the keynote address speakers so that they are closer. The next person that I will call on stage to join her to provide a solidarity message from the UN Women is Dr. Paulina Chiwangu. If she can join us on stage. Another guest on stage is to invite Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo, the United Nations Resident Coordinator. Okay. The next is solidarity message from UNDP, Ms. Elsie Atafua, Resident President, UNDP. And I think at this juncture as well, also, without further ado, we're going to also request the Minister, Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, so that she can take her seat so all of them are on stage as to optimize on the time. Thank you, Honorable. If we can receive her. At this juncture, I will request Her Excellency, Ms. Lula Xingwana, to give her our opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Tozama, our program director, and the CEO of ESCOM Uganda. The Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Amongi Betty Ongom, Excellencies, High Commissioners and Ambassadors represented here, the UN country representative, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo will be joining us soon. The UNDP country representative, Ms. Elsie Atafua, the UN Women Country Representative, Dr. Paulina Chiwangu, Professor Sarah Sali, Dean of the School of Women and Gender Studies, Makerere University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, today is a day of celebration. It's a day when in South Africa we look back and review our achievements and also look at the challenges that still face us and how we're planning to address them. However, let me start off by welcoming and thanking everyone who has responded positively to our invitation to this important celebration of the South African Women's Day on this important month of August, known in South Africa as Women's Month. On the 9th of August, 1956, 20,000 women marched to the Union Buildings, which is State House in South Africa, to demand an end to the past laws in South Africa, particularly the extension of these apartheid laws to women. Great organization and mobilization and courage went into this work. You can imagine they had to face the great army of the apartheid regime in 1956. You can imagine how bad and threatening it was. The men, our leaders, Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Governor Mbeki, many of them said, no, 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 we cannot allow the women. You can't do that. They will unleash the dogs. They will shoot you in the streets of Pretoria. You cannot do it. But the women were determined. On this day, the 9th August 1956, they came in their thousands. Some with their babies on their backs. Some also had the white babies of the madam on their backs. They came by train. They came by bus, in trucks. And when they reached the city center of Pretoria, they all gathered and marched to the Union Buildings, 20,000 of them. They had thousands of petitions that had been signed by women from all over the country, from the villages, from the towns, from the cities. They brought these petitions to the then apartheid Prime Minister, G.J. Strydom. When they reached the office of the Prime Minister, he was not there. He had run away. He had never seen 20,000 African women in his life. Africans were never allowed to put their foot on State House in the day, but the women made it. So the Prime Minister ran away and left his secretary, a young man, to receive their petitions. They waited for him to respond on the grounds of the Union Buildings and gave him about 30 minutes to come back. He never did. They then sang the national anthem that we were singing just now, Nkosi Sikeleli Africa, God bless Africa. Protect and protect its people. The women then left the Union Buildings with their dignity intact, singing their song, Watinta Bafazi, Watinti Mbokodo, Uzakufa. That means you have touched the woman, you have touched a rock, you will die. Close quote. This march had a historic impact on the history of our struggle and the role that women played in the transformation of South African society. This is why when in 1990, Nelson Mandela was released from prison, we told him, Tata, we're fighting for a non-racial, non-sexist South Africa. And he said, I don't know about non-sexist, I'm too old. Tell my young sons here about it. And we said, your young sons will not listen to us. They will listen to you. So he said it, and they followed him. And that is in our constitution today. So the leaders of the ANC, including Nelson Mandela, by the way, Walter Sisulu was the only one who said, let the women go to Pretoria. They know what they are doing. And all of them then recognized the women and saluted them, saying, Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi, which means, let the women's name be praised. The leaders of the march, Lillian Goy, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Sophie Williams, DeBrain, and some of the younger ones, Albertina Sisulu, Winnie Mandela, were there. And today have been recognized. We have clinics, we have hospitals, and even submarines in our Navy that have been named after these great women. After President Mandela took over as president of the democratic, non-racial, non-sexist South Africa, the 9th of August was declared National Women's Day and a public holiday by the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Winnie Mandela is the one who moved the motion in Parliament. You'll remember she was talking about me. I was there in that Parliament. And she moved the motion that the 9th of August be declared a public holiday and the National Women's Day. Albertina Sisulu, you see her there, stood up and seconded the motion in Parliament, which was then adopted by the whole House with no objections. August month was also then declared Women's Month in South Africa. The celebration of the women of South Africa cannot go without mentioning the mother of black freedom in South Africa, Mama Charlotte Makgomo Manya Maxeke. The year 2021 was declared the year of Charlotte Manya Maxeke by the South African government to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Charlotte Manya Maxeke. Charlotte Maxeke was born in Fort Beaufort on the 7th of April, 1871 in the Eastern Cape. Her father was Mr. John Khopo Manya, born in Ga Ramogopa in Polokwane, Limpopo. Her father worked in the South African Railways, and her mother was a teacher, Anna Mani, from Fort Beaufort in the Eastern Cape. These were exciting times when gold and diamonds were discovered in South Africa. Manya met his wife while building the railways for the mining companies who were trying to take the gold from Johannesburg and the diamonds from Kimberley to Port Elizabeth, which was a port that would then take them for export. So Charlotte Maxeke grew up in the Eastern Cape, and she became later a teacher, but she was a great singer. She joined the Jubilee Choir, which was basically a church choir, with her sister Kati, Manya. They both traveled to London, where they taught for almost 2 years and had the opportunity to sing to Queen Victoria, and she was fascinated by her angelic voice. Afterwards, they came again and met many influential and religious leaders and activists in London. During her first visit to London, she met Emmeline Pankhurst, the leader of the British suffragettes, at that time who was campaigning for the women's right to vote. Welcome, Kate. Yes, I'm talking about Manya Maxeke, born April 7, 1871. And I was telling them, Kate, she was singing for Queen Victoria in London. And that was the 1870s. And Queen Victoria was fascinated by her voice. And she is called today the mother of black freedom in South Africa. So after London, they then crossed over, Natalie, to the US, again singing in the Jubilee Choir. And she had the opportunity to meet religious leaders and activists of the time during, later on, unfortunately, when they were in the US, there were challenges, financial challenges, and the organizers abandoned them there. But fortunately, she was supported by pastors and given a scholarship by the African Methodist Episcopal Church, AMEC, to study at the Wilberforce University in Ohio. I don't know if it's Ohio or Ohio. For a BSc degree. She met her husband there, Mr. Marshall Maxeke, who was also studying theology at Wilberforce. I'm told Wilberforce is a university built by the freed slaves for African Americans. One of her teachers at Wilberforce was the leading Pan-Africanist, W.E.B. Du Bois. After graduation in 1900, a friend of Dr. Nkrumah, who then traveled to Ghana and was given the citizenship by the then president of Ghana, is buried in Ghana today, and we have a museum there, beautiful museum, and his history speaks for itself. So Charlotte Maxeke was blessed to have met such great activists and leaders. And in London, she also met Emmeline Pankhurst, the leader of the British suffragettes. I think this is what influenced her activism as well when she came back home. Then she graduated in 1901. She was the first African. You know, when they write these histories, they say she was the first African woman to attain a BSc degree. There was no man who had a BSc degree at that time. She was the first black South African to get a BSc degree, full stop. They must accept it. So in 1901, after graduation, she went back home. They were involved in missionary work throughout the country. They built schools in Ramogopa, in Polokwane, then called Petersburg. They built schools in Everton, Kliptown, and Kliptown around Johannesburg. They built schools in Beaufort West, in the Eastern Cape, and Tembuland, where she was accepted by Sabata Dalindyebo, the Tembu king, to sit in his court. And that was unheard of in terms of our culture. No women sat in the king's court, but she was so respected. She was there. Charlotte Maxeke dedicated her life to the struggle for women's rights and education for all. She was not discriminating against the boys. She also included them in education programs. She was part of a committee that worked towards the establishment of the University of Fort Hare that was launched in 1916. In 1912, she and her husband participated in organizing for, and they also attended the launch of the ANC, one of very few women who were at that conference of the ANC. In 1913, she organized the first women's march and established the Bantu Women's League, which was the precursor of the ANC Women's League. She was its first president. She fought for the protection of African women's rights and met with the then Prime Minister of South Africa, Louis Botha, in Pretoria to discuss the past laws. Can you imagine, 1913? During her 150th anniversary last year, her family, first of all, the South African government called 2021 the year of Charlotte Maxeke. We thought we would celebrate it here in Uganda, but we had the lockdown, so we said we'll wait until later. Her family in 2021 with various NGOs in South Africa set up the Charlotte Maxeke Institute to revitalize and reposition her legacy through development, especially for young women. She lived and grew up during an era when African women were ostracized, marginalized, and poor. Her message to all of us was, as you rise, pick up someone with you. Today, if she was here, she would be reprimanding us that, what are you girls doing about the women and the young people out there that are poor, that are unemployed, that are marginalized? So the challenge of our time is economic empowerment. We have gone through the pandemic, we're going through the war in Ukraine and Russia. Poverty and hunger is facing the world. Food prices, fuel prices are unaffordable. What is it that we can do to support women's economic empowerment, fight poverty, unemployment, and inequality? Women have always been involved in cross-border trade and have organized their own SMMEs. We can see them outside there. We have invited them to come here and exhibit some of their products. I think ours is not just to buy this scarf or this skirt from them, but to say, how do we uplift them? How do we expand these small businesses into the export market? How do we make sure that we involve them in the Africa Free Continental Trade area so that they too can benefit with their products? Let us therefore strategize to expand these SMMEs into greater business opportunities. This is a similar call we are making today in the spirit of Mama Charlotte Maxeke, Mangoyi, Masisulu, Winnie Mandela, Gertrude Mongela, Wangari Maathai, a woman who had vision before climate change was in vogue or fashionable. She had foresight and vision that we have to restore our forests, we have to protect our forests, we have to teach women not just to cut the trees, but actually to grow trees and make sure that our climate is able to breathe and to be protected. We are therefore making the similar call that she made, that Maxeke made, that as you rise, pick up someone with you. Let us use the AFCFTA to empower women through trade on the African continent. The AFCFTA has been here now, I think, for a year or so. Let us seize the opportunities it presents to us as women. Let the trade begin. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Her Excellency, the High Commissioner. If you can't forget everything she has said, don't forget one statement she mentioned, the last, that as you rise, pick up someone along with you. Because if every one of us, if every woman does that, then that means you're creating a trail and it's not going to be broken. It's a chain that is not going to be broken. Thank you very much, Mama, for that. And with everything, with all the women that she was speaking about, there was one thing in common with them, that they weren't just fighting for the rights of themselves, but they were looking at a future. They had foresight. They were looking at what tomorrow would hold, not just today. And we continue to look and pray that we can be able as women to walk in their shoes. And ladies and gentlemen, as we were going on, we did receive more dignitaries. With us is Her Excellency Mrs. Epifani and Tamara Kabushame, who is the Burundi ambassador. Thank you so much for coming through. The Honorary Consul to Liberia, Thelma Awori, is also with us. Thank you so much for coming through. We have Ms. Nakafero, a commissioner with Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. She just walked in with us right there. Mr. Pista Sechitontale, the executive director of the Grasha Machel Trust Uganda. Mr. Pista is right here with us. I think she stepped out. Oh, she's right at the back. Thank you for coming through. And Kate Irie, also the British High Commissioner to Uganda. Kate is with us. Oh, yes. She joined in, and Mama did mention her. We also do have one of the board members of the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Thank you so much for joining us, Mama. And the MD of Soft Power News, that is Sarah Kajingo with us right there. Thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next with a solidarity message from the UN Women is Ms. Pauline Chiwango, who I should say welcome to Uganda because she was appointed this very month. Let's give her a round of applause and welcome her to the Pearl of Africa. Paulina has a doctorate in philosophy and over 20 years extensive experience in development and humanitarian work. That is very key, and has also served as a deputy country rep with UN Women in South Sudan. Now, when I mentioned some of these countries, we know the kind of situation that the women are going through in those countries because of the sort of instability that has happened over a period of time. South Sudan, and she has also worked as deputy country rep for the UN Women in Iraq, the country office. A very huge CV. I can't complete it now. I may take the whole day. But ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Paulina Chiwango to speak to us.
Yes, indeed. If we forget everything, let's not forget the power of a united women movement. Honorable Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Betty Among, Her Excellency Lulama Mary Teresa Tingwana. She has been giving me some lessons how to pronounce her name, but I think I failed the test. Ambassador of the South African Embassy in Uganda. All Excellencies, ambassadors present here today. Our UN resident coordinator, I think, will be joining us soon. all members from the government who are here today with us, members of parliament, all government officials, representatives from the UN, my sister Elsie, who is here, country representative for UNDP, and everybody else, representatives of the private sector, representative from the academia, representative from civil society organizations, women leaders who are here today, and I think I have to mention my sister, Awori, who is here today, Thelma Awori. I remember when I was here more than 10 years ago, we used to work very close together. I'm really honored to join Her Excellency Lulama, the Ambassador of South Africa in Uganda, joining her to commemorate the Women's Month of August. She have already stated the history of this celebration, so I don't want to repeat it again. Thank you, Your Excellence. So this celebration reminds us of the power of a united women's movement, the power to challenge the status quo of marginalization and discrimination. Marginalization and discrimination which are rooted in social, cultural, economic, and oppressive laws and policies and practices that systematically exclude women from fully participating and benefiting from development. This celebration also reminds us that women have been at the forefront of pushing for policy and legal reforms and the power of women as change agents for social, political, and economic transformations. And we have heard a lot of testimony from Her Excellency, the Ambassador of South Africa, how women can change, can be agents of change. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you remember that in 2015, the world adopted the 23rd Sustainable Development Agenda, where the attainment of gender equality and women's empowerment was not only outlined in SDG 5, but is recognized as a prerequisite, is realized sustainable development, and is integrated across all goals and targets of sustainable goals. At that time, we did not realize that globally, the COVID-19 pandemic would set back years of development. I think we all have experienced. What we have been building, all of a sudden, were set back by the COVID pandemic. And unfortunately, there were some in our society that were impacted more than others. We have seen the effect of COVID-19 had more detrimental effects on women and girls. I think this is not a secret, all over the world. In addition to increased level of violence against women and girls, there were massive setbacks to women's socio-economic rights across the sub-Saharan region. We know that 43% of women-owned business were closed in the early months of the pandemic, compared to 34% of those owned by men. So we ask ourselves, why more business owned by women were closed comparing to those owned by our colleagues, our brothers, our fathers? So women globally carried the additional burdens of unpaid care work in the home during the lockdown, including assuming responsibilities as full-time educators for out-of-school children and leaving employment at higher rates than men. When a lot of patients, a lot of people got COVID, it was women who were taking care of the patients. When the schools were locked, and here in Uganda, I think we know very well how long the school lockdown took place. So it was mothers, it was sisters who were educating our children. So, however, as we emerge from the pandemic, we have an opportunity. An opportunity to do this differently. An opportunity to rebuild more equal, to rebuild a just society, to rebuild inclusive society and resilient society. But to do this, we have to scale up investment in gender equality. We see the shrinking space and the shrinking funds for gender equality. But we cannot avoid. If we have to achieve the Agenda 2030, we cannot achieve if we are not achieving gender equality and women empowerment. So we must promote and support women's health, women's education, women's economic empowerment and leadership. We must ensure that women are able to access financing and resources. In Africa, we have opportunities to this. My sister, Her Excellency, the Ambassador, made reference to the African Free Trade Continental Area. So I'm glad that we have quite a number of brothers and ambassadors from Africa. Probably they also tell us where are we with this, the Africa Free Trade Continental Area. I think this is a great opportunity. So let's not forget it. So the Africa Free Trade Continental Area presents a real-time opportunity to shift and accelerate Africa's attainment of diverse economies of scale in which a range of made in Africa value-added goods and services are traded across the continent. And I'm so glad that Her Excellency have brought some people from South Africa, and they have displayed trade outside. This shows that, you know, we can do this cross-country trade. The AFCT will open markets in critical sectors in which women and youth are engaged, such as agriculture, manufacturing, and services, especially tourism, business, professional services. And we know here in Uganda and elsewhere in the region, most women are in the agriculture industry. And I was listening to the news since the outbreak of the Ukraine war, and they say, oh, we have famine, and then in Africa, we are getting now wheat from, I think we are getting wheat from Ukraine. So I said, really? So let's see how big the continent is and how fertile our land is. If we unite and if we use this free trade agreement area, I think we will be able to support each other. I have been to Uganda almost all over the country, and Uganda can produce a lot of food for the region and for the continent at large. Tanzania, where I come from, can produce a lot of food and can feed also the continent and the world. But we really need to, and women's power, women's movement can help this region, the continent, to achieve that. In order to support the acceleration of women's and girls' rights, I think you remember that UN Women, together with the governments of France and Mexico, convened the Global Generation Equality Forum in 2021. The forum focused on accelerating commitments that member states had made in Beijing Platform Action in 1995. So the forum also took an important shift to expand the conversation on gender equality and women's empowerment, to really shift it to young people, not only focusing on women and men. Of course, sometimes when we talk about women, people think we hate men. We don't hate men. Men are our allies. And we believe in working together to achieve this. So young people in particular, young women, really drove the conversation in this forum to focus on the areas that are key for them. The advancement of their rights and their future, including feminist, economic, and environmental justice, women and girls in technology and innovation, and feminist movements building, amongst others. And we know we are also focusing on digital divide. If, among other things that we have learned during COVID, is this whole area of digital divide. Those who managed to master the digital world, they were able to communicate, they were able to trade. Those who are not were left behind. So using the momentum and multiple partnerships that emerged at this forum, in particular leveraging on the high engagement from private sector, can be used to springboard many of the necessary discussions and commitments we need to push in AFCFTA and other regional initiatives. And I want in a particular way to recognize here that South Africa played a leading role in generation equality, action coalition on economic justice and rights at the forum. I really want to recognize that. And I think South Africa is better placed to lead this conversation on action coalition on economic justice and rights. They're really well placed to read that. Not only in South Africa, but also here in Uganda. So as UN Women, we look forward to any opportunity to take this forward. And as UN Women, and I think you know, we have been working very close with our sister agents, UNDP and other UN agencies, UNFPA, UNICEF, WHO. But we are committed to this agenda and supporting the work of the government of the Republic of Uganda to achieve empowerment of women and girls through the attainment of the National Development Plan. Now we have NDP 3, and the UN Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, and African Union 2063, amongst other commitments. We are ready. Our work in the areas of governance, economic and climate action, and human development, including ending violence in Uganda, is articulated in our strategic note. I think you remember UN Women launched its new strategic note, which started this year, 2022. It will go up to 2025. So we have those areas, and we are ready to partner with other colleagues. Finally, I want to emphasize that gender equality and economic empowerment of women is necessary to build back better with stronger and more inclusive economies. The whole. The 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda remains the world's best roadmap to achieve this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pauline Chiwango, for those remarks. And I think the key takeaway that you articulated very well is the power of a united women's movement and the willingness and the availability of UN Women to take the conversations forward to ensure there is action equality, there is economic justice. I think these are some of the things that we need to agree upon at the end of the day of what are the next actions. Without further ado, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Elsie Atafua, the resident representative of UNDP. Just a quick background on her. Elsie Atafua is the United Nations Development Program resident representative to Uganda. She represents, leads, and is accountable for harnessing and directing the full potential of UNDP's capabilities and associated partnerships in support of national development goals and strategies in Uganda. Her professional experience spans years of working in the UNDP, the global mechanism of the United Nations Convention to combat desertification. She worked in various portfolios, government ministries, private sector, and the civil society. We call her on stage to make her solidarity remarks. Thank you, Elsie.
Madam Moderator, thank you very much for the generous words. Let me first recognize Honorable Amongi Betty Angu, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We were together in Gulu a couple of days ago. Thank you for inspiring all of us. Your Excellency Lulama Mary Theresa Zingawa, I can't do the clicks very well, the South African High Commissioner to Uganda. I would like to take the opportunity to recognize excellencies who are here present, the Ambassador of the United States of America, United Kingdom, Japan, Rwanda, Algeria, Cuba, Burundi, the Honorary Consuls of Botswana, and Liberia, our own Dr. Thelma. I don't know how you do it at 79 years. She is still very strong. Please give her a round of applause. I think almost 20 years after retiring from the UN, she's still very strong. So we're drawing a lot of inspiration from you. Our representative from Kenya, I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. Our resident coordinator, who I think is on her way, Dr. Paulina Chiwangu, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Chief Executive of MTN, ESCOM, and others who are here. The private sector representatives, I see Madam Olive here, Bella Wine, a couple of other strong and powerful ladies here as well. A round of applause, and let me simply say, all protocols observed. Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good morning to you all, and a sincere thank you to Her Excellency Lulama Mary for hosting us today as we collectively commemorate South African Women's Month, but also importantly as we commemorate the rights of women in Africa and globally. Thank you for inviting the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and the United Nations family to join in this commemoration, which is very important. And I should say that this is also very important to me personally, Excellency, as an African woman who grew up in the ghettos of Accra. I know what empowerment means, and that's what has brought me here today. On behalf of UNDP, I extend a token of solidarity to you all here today on the occasion of Women's Month, which is celebrated annually, and I don't want to go into the details because Ambassador Lulu did that. But I think the Women's Month commemoration can serve to remind us all of the African women's struggles, where women groups have engaged governments and society as a whole to ratify laws and policies for advancement of gender equality and women's rights. Please allow me to cite a few examples of strong and gallant women throughout Africa's history, and I know Ambassador Lulu did that earlier on. In Africa, we have Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of Liberia and a leading promoter of peace, justice, and democratic rule. We celebrate Ms. Gertrude Mongella of Tanzania, who headed the African Union's Pan-African Parliament, where women make up at least 25% of the members. We celebrate today Ms. Marie-Angelique Savane of Senegal, who leads the African Peer Review Mechanism, which oversees standards for good governance. Ms. Savane is also renowned for facilitating the emergence of African civil society in the 70s and the 80s. We celebrate, and may her soul rest in peace, Ms. Esther Oklu, a businesswoman and pioneer of microlending
In Ghana, she pursued the idea of formalizing local women's credit association and became a founding member of one of the first microcredit banks, Women's World Banking, in 1979. We celebrate Honorable Florence Lubega, first female legislator in Uganda, who spearheaded women's representation in the legislature, a key main arm of government. And I know Her Excellency talked about Ms. Wangari Maathai. We know her legacy, we celebrate her legacy. But I also want us to celebrate the unsung heroines. Many a time we only celebrate those we know, but there are a lot of women, young and old, who are doing great things. And I think we need to give a round of applause to all the unsung heroines as well. Honorable Minister, we were in Gulu together. When we left the function, I met with a couple of young businesses. There was a woman who had graduated from Makerere with a BA in tourism, and she told me, 9 years after graduating, I was selling fruits. I was hawking fruits. 9 years, I've been able to save some money. Today, I've established my own tour company. That is resilience. That is what we are talking about. And today, we celebrate young women, African women. You're seeing this beautiful screen behind you, and I just wanted to recognize Ulaf Gubara, who designed this. Many of these young African women are not known. Ulaf, when you're here, can you stand up for recognition? She must be outside somewhere. So I can go on and on and on. But many of us here are standing on the shoulders of the early women activists who bravely fought injustices for a better world. They have enabled us to enjoy many rights, such as the right to education, right to equal participation, right to vote, right to access health care, and other social services, amongst others. It is also our time now to push to address the injustices of today and to create a better world for today and for tomorrow's generation. Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we are experiencing at least 3 crises, and I think Ambassador Lulu and Paulina touched on some of them. The crisis of COVID, where women have been impacted equally as men, youth have been impacted, and it's our time to build forward better. And as we build forward better, the role of women becomes very important. Uganda, as you may know, is perhaps the most entrepreneurial country in Africa, and I think on the indexes in the world, they rank #1 in terms of women's businesses. But most of those businesses don't see their first or second birthday. Now, how do we help these women to be resilient? We are also experiencing the planetary crisis and the climate crisis. As we speak today, African countries are meeting in Gabon now on the African Climate Week. We know that climate issues are not gender neutral. They are not gender neutral. Women are impacted the most. Where there is no water, it's also impact on their children, the children's education. You have to walk miles and miles upon end because of climate change to be able to feed your children. And this is what we need to reverse. We also talk about the crisis of the war. And again, these are things that we all know. So I think as we reflect on today's message on women's socioeconomic rights and empowerment, it is time to see what kind of pathways can we collectively co-create. So commemorating these events provides a platform to inspire, to take stock of progress for gender equality and recognition of women's rights, assess reforms implemented, reflect on present-day challenges, and map out strategies to move forward. We must strengthen the unity of purpose that the gallant women leaders throughout history have demonstrated, to bear on their journey and to build on women's entrepreneurs' resilience to address socioeconomic, cultural, and systemic barriers to realize women's rights and empowerment. And Honorable Minister, sometimes we are focusing on the symptoms, but not on the causes. And I think we need to be able to focus on the causes, why we do have these injustices, and not only address the symptoms. As an African woman myself, I firmly believe in supporting women-owned enterprises to move up the value chain, to go beyond trading in raw materials. This will bolster their competitiveness in intra-regional trade, but also by extension trade also with the rest of the world, whether it's through AGOA and other facilities that are available. And to harness the power of Africans and African women to trade more and more amongst themselves. We must also inspire present generations and generations to come. Today, we also commend our African governments for providing the legal, policy, and institutional frameworks for promoting gender equality and women's empowerment. Nevertheless, social norms and traditions persist and constrain women to participate in cross-border and regional trade. Infrastructure for export trade is improving, but much more needs to be done to integrate women's specific experiences in export trade. And I think a couple of months ago, we met here in the same venue with a number of women who articulated the need for trade facilitation to support their work. And Paulina talked a lot about, and Ambassador Lulu, on the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement. I will not go into the details, but there are 4 things that we're currently doing here in Uganda, which I wanted to highlight very quickly. First of all, to create awareness that this 1.3 billion market size is available to all of us, and therefore the need to use that framework to participate in terms of engaging and taking advantage of the opportunities. We are also looking into the role of commercial diplomacy, how we can work with our ambassadors to be able to leverage this particular opportunity, and I'm glad that Excellency, you're taking the lead in this, and other ambassadors that have been part of that conversation. We are also working with our sister agency, UN Women, to look at a protocol specifically within the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement, which is the Women's Protocol, and to ensure that women's participation are sealed. And finally, a trade facility that really focuses on how to address and remove the bottlenecks. So as I conclude, I would like to celebrate all women leaders here today one more time. I would like to celebrate all men who have supported women's rights. We have to do that as well. And I would like to thank all our development partners, Excellencies. Thank you for being here with us. We don't take it lightly today. And for holding our hands as development partners to be able to push the cause and the cause of development. And once again, Ambassador Lulu, the government of Uganda, thank you for the partnership to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, to create opportunities for empowerment, to protect the environment, and to build strategic partnerships to improve the quality of life for women and for all citizens. I thank you all for listening. I can only say a very happy Women's Month, or year, or years to come. A luta continua. And there is a proverb, though, a wise saying, or something that I always saw at the airport in South Africa, in Johannesburg, Excellency. It says that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go further, you go together. And I think I will borrow your words again. As you rise up, pick up someone with you. And once again, a ghetto girl like me was picked up by someone, and I encourage all of us to pick others up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elsie, for that. And that is the inspiration for everyone. Because she was picked up, she is more than willing. And I know that she's not only picked up 1, 2, 10 ladies, there are more in their hundreds that have been inspired, and not only inspired, but also mentored by her. Let's give a round of applause to all these ladies. Just take a look at that panel right there. That is power, that is resilience. If you asked each and every one of these ladies their story, it's a totally different one. And particularly, I know I've listened to 2 stories, particularly for the people on this panel, Ms. Elsie, and the one of Honorable Betty Yamongi, especially during the LRA insurgency. The beautiful stories to share. I hope she can do a sneak peek of that. And like Elsie said, by the way, we need to look more into trading within Africa. I was just looking at the Worldometer statistics and estimates of UN, and that was as of 29th of August, which is yesterday, and Africa's population, and these are estimates, there is a plus or minus, the Africa's population stands at 1,409,758,084 people. That is a huge market that we can be able to take advantage of. And I loved when she said that we need to go beyond, the women need to go beyond trading in raw materials, because that is the bottom line. I mean, that's where the least money comes in. But with value addition, there is more money that comes through. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker and the solidarity message is going to come from a lady who commenced her tour of duty as the UN resident coordinator in Uganda on 24th June 2021. So not very, very old in Uganda as well. It's just a year. And also as the UN resident coordinator, she is the head of the UN Nations system in Uganda, including the development and humanitarian response that is involving the 29 UN entities and over 3,000 staff based at different stations all over the country. And just to remind you, she is a lady. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Ms. Susan Gongi Namondo to come and speak to us. Her CV is huge as well, so unless you give me an entire day to read out her CV, let me welcome her. Welcome, please. Leti Lalam, please. Oh, yeah, a round of applause as she comes through. A round of applause. There is a special story behind this one, I am sure. Just switch on the microphone, Mama.
Just face them. Betty Lalam is the CEO of the war-affected Center for Girls in Gulu. She started a center for those girls that were abducted by Connie during the Lord Resistance Army. And she started with 5. She was also a victim. And as you will remember, some came back pregnant and with children, and they were rejected by their own families and communities because now these terrorists and so on had impregnated them, and these were their children. So she had the courage to take these girls and build a center, and she was supported by the South African High Commission, my predecessor, but also Tozama Pagam. Tozama is the CEO of ESCOM Uganda. She built the school. They built the school or center for Betty Lalam. And we have invited her here today to present a little gift for the center. We had visited and we had seen what they are doing. She's now working with over 100 girls. And wherever you are, please give her support. As you know, Gulu is in the north. It's poverty for young people in particular. She's now even working with young men because the need is great, poverty, unemployment, and so on. So thank you, Betty. We'll talk later.
A bigger round of applause for Betty, and thank you so much for the work. Thank you so much for the work that you are doing, and may God bless you for that. And ladies, let's welcome Ms. Ngongi Namondo. Feel free.
Thank you so, so much. And thank you, firstly, our host, our gracious host, Ambassador Lulu. Thanks for convening us here today to be talking about women and to be celebrating women. Recognizing the presence of the Honorable Minister with us, recognizing the presence of all the distinguished persons here with us. So happy that I could add my voice to this day. When I was thinking about this, the first thing that I thought about is how persistent these stereotypes are. Of course, the norms are changing. Of course, the lives many of us live today as women is different from the lives that our great-grandmothers lived as women, but the facts and the reality of our daily lives, I think, speak for themselves. We have not made as much progress as men have, development-wise. We're enjoying less than men do development-wise. And also when I think about it is how persistent these stereotypes are cross-board. From Iceland to Saudi Arabia, the issue is degree, the degree of difference, but overall, it really is across board. It's shared across board. That is something that strikes me. And the second thing that strikes me when I think about this is sort of how it all persists. When we all come into the world, whether you're male or female, there are different stories that you're told about what you should be, how you should be it, what you should aspire to, or what your ambitions should be. It limits. For all of us, it's sort of, you come into different boxes. There are different boxes placed out there for you in terms of what you can fit and what you can't fit. And that's how the myth persists. And of course, when you're told what you should be and how you should be, it's so much harder for you to actually discover who you are. For all of us. I personally believe that we all come to this world with some purpose. We're all supposed to contribute something. We all have unique gifts. We're all supposed to help in some way. But how much harder it is to find out what your gifts are, what your purpose is, what your mission in this world is, when you've been told what you should be and how you should be it. So difficult. So personally, for me, I think a lot of the work that we do, and I did not hear the speeches prior, my apologies for that. I think a lot of the work that we do is really to help create a little bit of space for all of us, women included, to be able to find how they are able to contribute in the world. Because to be able to contribute, you need to create. To be able to create, you need to be using this part of your brain, the prefrontal cortex, where you can actually build things. It's hard to do that when we're in survival, when we're in this part of the brain, when you're trying to just survive from day to day. Most of us in this room are extremely fortunate. We're not worried about survival of the flesh. We have enough to eat. We sleep in decent places. We're relatively protected from violence. Once you're not in survival mode, you can blossom. You can truly contribute. And I think a lot of the work that we do in the development sphere is just helping people come out of that survival mode. And for all of us here that are beginning to move away from survival, because again, survival is not just money, it's not just resources. I think we'll all understand that beyond having enough to eat, being relatively well protected, beyond that, sometimes we're surviving other things. So I'm hoping that we will all progressively move away from survival so that we can get to that place where we're truly creating and we're truly contributing, we're truly blossoming into who we are. And that we will help others do the same. Yeah? That is the wish for myself, that is the wish for all of us. Because it is incredible how we don't find that space to truly be in creation. I did not want to read this speech that I had prepared because I'm sure from my UN family, you've heard all of those statistics before. I just wanted to pass this message, that we will all move away from this survival mode that we are in. We will help others move away from survival mode so that we can truly contribute in this world and bring those unique gifts that are ours to bring as women, as people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Susan, for your inspiring words of saying we are born with gifts and a purpose. We need to move from a survival mode to a creative mode. At this point in time, we shall take a commercial break. We will ask for a poem that has been prepared before we request Her Excellency to invite our guest of speaker with her keynote address this morning. Can we please give a round of applause for her, for the poem?
Your Excellencies, the different country representatives present, the UN resident coordinator and the resident coordinator, sorry. My name is Destiny Gladys Chaiga, the Midnight Owl. I belong to Echo Minds Poets, the only group in Uganda that is headed, and the membership is fully women. And this piece is called Africa Births. Africa, yes, my motherland, Africa births her treasures in variety of portions. You see, from the vast arable lands, from the east to the west, the south, from the north to the every direction, my motherland births brilliance of her youth, visionary leaders. She is a mother. You can talk of her in any gender, but she is a mother resilient with her offsprings. She births wisdom, those that we put in policies, and she desires that these policies she births in our dreams be turned to actions. You see, she has birthed warriors. Warriors who cradle their babies and sing fading tunes of optimism when war seems to rage and cloud their tiny little dreams. She sings those tunes of hope. Never know. Their tiny fingers will grasp some hope for the future even when things seem to be in a dark horizon. Yes, my motherland births hope that springs like the beautiful rainbow when the doomsday of floods and rain sweeps optimism away. She paints like the artist of God through their eyes, that she turns these teary tears, these salty, painful moments to beautiful creation of her artistic dreams. My motherland births, and when she births beyond discrimination, she births beyond injustice, she births beyond low self-esteem, she births beyond oppression, she births what she hopes that her children can see. Africa births. For history tells of her oppression, yet right now we celebrate her future that we see through the tales of time, because her treasures are beyond the search of hearts. They can discover, continue to discover, and she never gives up on giving herself. She gives herself because she is nature. She gives herself because she's a mother. She gives herself because she wishes the best for her offspring. She gives herself because she is created as a giver. My Africa births. She births hope. She births resilience. She births creativity. She births diversity in the tattered hues of many tribes and cultures. She births unity, because when a mother calls, all bow to her call for unity. So tonight, as my mother births, may we respond to her call to make these policies, dreams come reality, to make these agendas a thing for her child who may not sit at the table to understand. As she births hope, may this hope stretch beyond our four corners of walls to the level that even those she is yet to give birth to will partake of. May she inspire us
to birth sustainability in every homestead. Yes, in every homestead where we see my mother kneel down and look at the branches of the trees that have been taken away by climate change, that she hopes for the shadows to cover her baby. May we rise to my mother's call each time she births these dreams, that we may make them a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Gives us hope that there is talent in Africa. So much talent. Those of us who will be going into retirement, there are little girls growing up to take over the leadership of this beautiful continent. Minister, I can see you have a very rich profile, but you'll forgive me, I will pick what I like. She is an accomplished, hardworking, highly motivated, innovative, multitask-oriented leader who is organized, passionate, performance-driven, proactive, resourceful, responsible, result-oriented, and service-driven. I have seen her. Is Jamila here? We went to launch a beautiful project here in Kampala of girls, young girls who are being trained in what Susan was talking about. They refuse to be boxed into stereotypes. They were doing electrician training. They were doing mechanics. They were under the cars. They were doing engineering. And they were calling themselves, I am engineer Deborah. I am engineer Esther. I am engineer Anna. I was so proud of them. So the minister was there, and I liked what you said, Minister, that with their small projects that they were starting, picking up waste and converting that into products they can sell, you were ready to give them a startup fund after training. So service-driven, results-oriented. She has over 20 years of experience and skills acquired in management, strategic leadership, rural development. I'm also a rural girl. Gender and governance, parliamentary democracy, leadership, and agricultural entrepreneurship. She is a hands-on leader with an accomplished project ranging from a maize milling factory to a school, something practical. She is analytical, articulate, award-winning. I won't say much, you'll hear for yourselves today. But, sorry, in terms of awards, she has done law at the Atlantic International University in Hawaii, USA. She has studied in Makerere University, our area excellencies, international relations and diplomatic studies, so she's an ambassador. She also did BA in political science and public administration, Makerere University. She has also been to Harvard University, John JFK Kennedy School of Government, a certificate in women and public policy. That's why she is the minister. She has also done through the Australian Institute of Security Studies, a certificate in peace and security studies. She has a number of awards from Yale University, from the Presidential Medal Award of Uganda, Peace and Security Expert in the USA, African Leadership Award, given in France for the struggle for global peace and justice. I'm finishing now. She has been the chairperson, very important, the chairperson of the Uganda Women's Parliamentary Caucus from 2011 to date. She is in the right place. She has also been the Minister of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development. She has been the Minister for Kampala, Capital City, and Metropolitan Affairs. And right now, last but not least, she is the Minister for Gender, Labor, and Social Development. We welcome you, Minister, and thank you for honoring our meeting today.
Excellency, Mary Teresa, I don't want to murder the other one. Ambassador of the South African High Commission, Excellencies, the ambassadors, I see the table there of different countries. By the way, in diplomatic area, it means that South Africa is taken very seriously by those countries seated there. Our UN fraternity that are here, the country rep of the UN DP, our sister here, the UN Women, development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to first of all thank you for joining South African High Commission, who invited us and coming in this big number to celebrate this achievement. The house is full, we have been attentive, and we've heard the history that she has articulated as the celebration in tribute of more than 20,000 women who marched to protest against laws that they felt were discriminatory to women. And this march reminds all of us seated here that solidarity and sacrifices of women globally in the struggle for gender equality and women's empowerment is important. That she has been very proud of, she has even kept it next to her. The fashionable lady of which year? 1871. We are also, a day like this, we are equally reminded not to take experiences of such women and the actions that granted what they have achieved and what we are celebrating today, we shouldn't take it for granted. Because they opened the doors for us. They did. They struggled. They fought. Probably sometimes what she described here, people with babies, we have to celebrate their lives by not only talking, but taking bolder and strategic steps and action towards gender equality and women's empowerment. So I want commitment from you seated here that you are just not coming to celebrate, but the celebration is for you to recall what they did, what they went through, and to recommit yourself that what bolder strategic action are you going to undertake when you get out of here to follow in their footsteps. The theme is building back better for women's improved resilience. It is important to note that gender equality and empowerment of women play a critical role in building better. During the COVID-19, I was in the middle of most of them in this country, and I saw women resilience, women sleeping in markets for Ugandans who were there. And I was the minister in charge of this capital city. And the president tells you, make sure the women sleeps in the market and social distance and not return home. And sell their vegetables and sell their food, because without food, we are not going to make this COVID-19 pandemic. The only thing we require, the president will tell me, the only thing we require is food. If people have food, make a decisive decision. How will people in Kampala metropolitan area get food? Number one, the women must sell the food. You see that? Number two, the borders must be able to deliver the food. So those were the two issues that we had to grapple with. And women slept with their children. I'll go to the market and find the woman with a stall under the baby sleeping. That was COVID and women. And today we are talking about building back as we open up the economy. Of course, we now have challenges as we try to build back. Businesses shifted to online. I was so amazed that I thank UNDP and the UN agency. They supported women to put their markets online. You know, they formed WhatsApp group with the neighborhood, so you would order the tomatoes, you would order the onions, and then this border would then take it for you. So now it's like business have gone online. That's a big challenge that has come out of COVID. What are we going to do to make sure that as we build back technologically, women are not left behind in their businesses? Because the rest will continue and now embrace technology. We also had challenges because of the confinement during COVID. After COVID, when lockdown was lifted, you know the phenomena of pregnancy. How many girls became pregnant? And at the moment they transformed, because 2 years out of school, somebody who was in senior 1, senior 2, added 2 years. I had challenges. Somebody comes to your office, a woman, and tells you, my son has impregnated all of my 2 daughters. A son has impregnated the sisters. During COVID, somebody comes and says, my niece has impregnated my daughter. Somebody even tells you, my husband impregnated my daughter. You can think it is not happening. For us, we have seen, we have heard, we have witnessed. So these are now women or girls with children. And as we build back during this COVID, what are we going to do with those one who might not be able to continue with their education? Building back better. women are now grappling with paying fees. Majority of women, by the way, in Uganda and Africa are now the breadwinner. Are you aware? You are seated there, you people, you are breadwinners. But you pretend you even give the men the money to go and be the one to win the bread from your money. So you don't want the man to look so bad, so you get the money, you give him to go and pay fees. I don't know why women do not want to. You cry for this power, and when the power comes, you run away from it. Can you imagine? Money is power. Then you get your money, then you say, Sebo, you can get this school fees for children. Me, I've seen things. We are grappling with inflation, high price of goods and services due to, of course, many factors, the impact of climate change. So as we are talking about building back better, we are having challenges, and as we work towards building back better, we need to take note today that despite the setbacks, the contribution of gallant women, especially today as we celebrate the gallant women of South Africa who championed equality, women's rights, and that these are people who brought us and we came a long way. We must recognize the battle they fought. We must recognize the contribution they made in their country, and women in South Africa who ensured that their struggle resulted into engendering the structures and the institutions of that country that can make us today have an ambassador seated there. So we should learn that whatever you do, please leave institutions and structures so that even when you're not there tomorrow, another woman will benefit from that institutional engendering. That is why we are here today celebrating these great women who marched, who did all that, and to recognize that freedom is not granted. I think that's the most important. They teach us that it is not granted. You work for. You must work for it, you must fight for it and earn it. That is what they did. And that significant strides have been made in the advancement of women from the time these women started, and that when we gather here, we should recognize those achievements and also think about the current challenges that still face us. For example, women still represent about 52% of people living in poverty, experiencing gender-based violence, illiteracy, human trafficking, forced marriage, abuse, defilement, wife inheritance, and so on. We still have this. The disproportionate effect of poverty on women makes women still remain economically dependent and makes it difficult for them to make choices and to make decisions. And this is exacerbated by lack of the assets that controls wealth. In Africa and in many countries where customary laws are still very evident, restriction to access to land for women as a strategic resource is still very low. When you go to rural areas, you need land for everything. For you to borrow money, you need land. For you to tilt to get agricultural, commercial agriculture, we are talking about, you need land. But how many women own land? Probably people in a economic empowerment area still would also own only what they can purchase. But at the rural area, with the issue of land inheritance, which is still passed to men, and yet land is a strategic resource for wealth creation, is a big, big problem. We still see that society relegates women in so many aspects, where political, economic, and social structure of society is still dominated, controlled, and led by women. Even women in position are still subdued to those social structures. I often see my colleagues in the parliament, and I keep asking them, okay, why do you do A, B, C, D? And they will simply say, if I don't have a man I am married to, showing a man as my husband, then when I go to community, they will not respect me. How will I go to speak to a congregation of women guild? You know women guild? You know, some of you are educated, so I don't know whether you know these village things of ours. The Kampala people, the women guild, then this one of Protestant, they call them Mothers Union. So you're a woman MP, you have been called to go and address Mothers Union. Do you know what they expect of you, those Mothers Union? It's an association of married women in church who respects their men, who honor their men. Now you are the woman MP. You are a minister. You are a woo. Then you are invited. The first they will start whispering. They will say, but now she's not married. Is she coming to talk to us? They will not tell you. They will just whisper. Who is coming? So and so. Is she married? Not even married. You see, they have even helped me. Not even married. Is she married in a church? For her to come. Then they will listen to you when they are just there. Immediately you go and say, but who brought this woman to talk to us? For you have gone, you're a minister over, you're a what? Eh? You can see the social structure, how it can subjugate you and isolate you with your position. So most of these women they do this to fit in the social cultural setting. The other issue which becomes so difficult for women as we are talking of empowerment, building back together, the political economy and how business is done, most women cannot manage. So we need to start looking at the culture of doing business. If we are to get empowerment, if we are to get people are being called billionaires, how many women are there? Have you tried to ask yourself why? Because the political economy is structured for men. For me, who did political science, the political economy is the politics and the economy coming together. If you want a contract in the government and you are out there, the men will know that I must go to the PS, I must go to the head of procurement, I must go to the chair committee of contracts, and I must not meet them in office. I should take them to Serena in the evening, and we talk. Now, for you, the woman, you are there with your roadside, you are there exhibiting. Then after 5, you put your things together and you run away to cook for your husband. People are making deals after 5. For you, you are going home to cook. You think these businesses are got in the boardrooms that, oh, people are meeting, tomorrow they are meeting, I have put my contract, the documents are good, everything is okay, then you go and sit and pray. People have said this contract is how much? Is 10 billion. Out of the 10 billion, I have mine. How much can you do this? Commission. What is my commission? That is it. The people are there doing business outside and they formalize it in the boardroom. They are asking you, oh, hello, I need to see you, Honorable Minister. What is it? There's something there in your office I need to talk to you about. Then for you, a woman minister, you say, okay, you come at 10 in the office. Said, no. Honorable Minister, I would prefer we meet outside. Then for you, oh, no, me, I can't meet outside. You come. Then the man comes and said, now, I want to meet you, but what I want to say, I can't say it here. I will be playing golf. I would like to pay for you the golf fee, membership fee for the golf. Then you go in the evening to play what? Golf. You think they're playing golf? My dear, they are not playing golf. That golf was structured economically as a meeting place for men to go and negotiate deals. So, this political economy, if we are to say we must empower economically, we need the women to understand how do we fit within the political economy. And for men, it is the network they have, the support they have is enormous. So we need to see how do we engender this to make sure that women fit within all this. Of course, we need to thank our African liberators who fought hard and brought structures under the African Union, brought the unity. And someone mentioned the African Continental Free Trade Area. And there are areas where gender equality, women's empowerment, and how to promote cross-border trade through establishment of this structure is well catered for. However, we have not yet gone far at a continental level because 80% of Africans' trade is still with the rest of the world, not intra-Africa. Intra-African trade still accounts for only 10%. And we are talking about Africa here. We are talking about how do I get such a beautiful attire from South Africa? How do I get my maize from here to Kenya? So these trade barriers within Africa is making most of the women, because women most likely will find it difficult to export in a far more further market than markets which are nearby. But you find within the African context, we still have very high trade costs. For you to have the cost of traveling within Africa, the time you take to leave Uganda and go to Nigeria, go to Ghana, is much more than the time you require to fly to Dubai. So someone will say, me, I'm a woman, I want to trade the same materials I'm going to get in Ghana, I can get it in Dubai. I can get it in China. Which option will they get? They will pick the option of what? Of Dubai or of China. So we need to work on the high cost trade, the tariff barriers, just to get for you, if you don't smuggle your goods into Kenya from Uganda, for you a woman, you have your maize, you just want to take your maize or your tomatoes or your onions, and the market is there, they are going to, but to cross that border might be much more difficult than for you to even get certification to take it maybe to Europe. Because here certification, once you take it, you sell it to someone, they take. So we need this thick border, excessive regulation, we need to work on it. And as a Minister of Gender, we are working with Minister of Trade to look at how do we reduce these non-tariff barriers and tariff barriers. And so that the cost of doing business for women in Africa presents more opportunity to ensure that we get more trade within and between our states. Because we know this has the potential to make concrete impacts on the lives of our women if we promote cross-border trade, especially for the small, medium, and other businesses within the continent. As a country, Uganda, with Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, as we focus on building back better, I want to thank the World Bank. We came with a project during COVID-19, wrote a proposal, presented it. First, it was meant to be half grant, half loan. However, miracles do happen. The World Bank later said, we shall give you a grant. So we have a grant of $217 million from the World Bank. This is under our program, which is called GROW, Growth and Opportunities for Women Entrepreneurs. And this GROW project is going to support women to build back their businesses. We are going to be in all the districts, in all the regions, and to give cheap loans for women who want cheap credits. The credit will not exceed 8% per annum for women. We are going to support networking, collaboration, mentorship, business skills for women. We want to bring on board already women entrepreneurs who are organized. We know we have Will, we have our sister, the Chambers of Commerce. We would want them to support the networking, women who are already under your association to network. There are women who might only want, for example, trade skills. So we are going to support trade skills. You want to turn milk into yogurt, you want to move from maize into packaging, into milling. We are going to do all sorts of things under the component of trade, business support and value addition. We are going to deal in business skills, those who might need skills. We are going to have competitive innovation fund for those who want to innovate things that will change the course of business for women. We are going to support women with certification, because what we've realized as major impediment to trade sometimes are issues of certification. You have your products, it cannot go to the market because you don't even know how to get UNBS to certify you. You have your products to take to Europe, to take to Asia, but you don't know which laboratory to test the product. So we are going to support women with products but want to export with issues of certification, issues to do with the laboratory testing, and all that. So we will be coming to you, the women in business, to come together so that we implement this project as women so that it benefits more and more women. Of course, we also have the small medium enterprise loan, which is from government of Uganda. It's a recovery loan in partnership with banks. And when you see a lot of the banks with women's products, it is that matching grant where government of Uganda is giving commercial bank to reduce the loans and give low interest rate. So we will build back together. We will recall all those who broke the ceiling for us. We will come together to make sure that the struggles of our sisters in South Africa is not in vain, that we come together and support the African women wherever we are in our small ways to make sure that we achieve the goals that those who struggled have set, and that we continue to build institutions and to build all the structures to support women, not of today, but women that will come in future. I thank Her Excellency, the Ambassador of South Africa, for calling us to be here with her on this great occasion, and thank all the ambassadors for supporting her as peers, for supporting her on this day. And I say that all of us in our various capacities, let's join hands together, let's network, let's mentor each other, because where you have reached, you have the capacity to mentor other women and girls to achieve the empowerment that is desired. I want to thank you and wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now you know the reason why the High Commissioner took all the time giving the preamble of who she was. And she at one time kept wondering if that was your own description. You know, sometimes someone gives a preamble of describing you and you start looking around and asking if that is you or it was another person. And I think she only served the fact that even the women who deal in that socio-economic kind of environment at some time face sexual harassment to a very, very large extent. That when you're trying to delve into the other waters, there are lots of issues of sexual harassment, but we know that we can overcome this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very brief photo op, and we'll take about 5 minutes, but please make sure that you return in the next 5 minutes. We have an interesting panel discussion that is going to be moderated by Ms. Elsie Atafua, and we are going to be answering some of these key questions that we've continuously asked. What does building a resilient business mean? What do I need to do? What, sharing these experiences, and that is going to come up. So I'm going to allow us to stretch a bit. Can we all just stand up? And, it's healthy. We've been seated for quite a period of time, and stretch out to your left, just a bit, stretch out to your left and to your right, and, you want to use your neck a little bit. Yeah, it's healthy. Yeah. We're talking about resilience, and being healthy is part of that. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request a panel here to just move out briefly to the photo booth that has already been prepared. And I'm also going to request that all the ambassadors and all our dignitaries earlier on to make sure that they join the team to take the photo moment. And please, in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to request that we all come back. So all our ambassadors and high commissioners and consulars, all from America, from Japan, British High Commission, Algeria, Rwanda, Cuba, Kenya, Botswana, Liberia, Burundi. Please, I'm going to request, our photographers are already out. Let's take just 5 minutes. I will be inviting us all back, and then Ms. Elsie Atafwa will be taking us through our panel discussion. It won't be long, this will be done. But in the meantime, as we are doing the photo op, Feel free to network, talk to your neighbor, get to know who they are. You never know, that's your next client or that's your next business partner. Let's discuss that after. All right, the DJ will give us a bit of music. 5 minutes, we've used 1 minute already, so I am going to be calling you back in the quickest time for us to get back for our panel discussion. gentlemen, welcome back to all our distinguished guests. Welcome back from that photo op. It's very, very important. And as we settle in, I'm going to request Y+. I'm giving you just 2 minutes for a presentation. This is a group of young people, and they will be telling us much more about them. And right after the 2 minutes of the Y+ presentation, we are going to dive into our panel discussion. So Y+, you have just 30 seconds to be on the stage because we don't have a lot of time.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All protocol observed. My name is Nawanyaga Gloria. I am an HIV advocate. I am a young person born and living with HIV. I am a lawyer by profession. I am the founder of the Y+ Music Band, which is a band of young people, both infected and affected with HIV. And I'm also the CEO of the Young Postils Foundation, which is an organization that empowers young people living with HIV to achieve their dreams. I'm so delighted to be here today, and this is the team I came with. We are a big team, but we came few of us. But before we entertain you in just 1 minute, allow me to share my story briefly with you. At the age of 11, I got to know that I'm HIV positive, and it was not easy for me because I hated myself, I hated my parents, and I always asked them, why did you give me your virus? I tried to commit suicide 5 times, but I thank God I didn't die. I refused to take medication, and I got AIDS, and I got ill, but I thank God I went through all that. When I joined campus, I faced a lot of stigma, and it forced me to come up and talk about my HIV status and to advocate against stigma and discrimination that people living with HIV face. And I went in for Miss Y+, which is a beauty pageant by Uganda Network of young people living with HIV. He's a king, she's a queen, as you see that tiara. Yes, and this is a platform that empowers young people living with HIV to be advocates of change. And the rest is history. I'm here empowering young people. We're a big team, as I said. And also, we don't only do music, but we also reach out to the communities through community outreaches, school outreaches, but also, as the minister said, we empower our young people, fellow young people economically. Personally, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm an entrepreneur. She's also an entrepreneur. He's also an entrepreneur. But it's not all about us, but the young people we are leading out there. Thank you so much, and hope you love our music. Yes, just listen to the message. DJ, are you ready?
Blush, Maria. I want man from Uganda. I do the locks.
Listen. Oh, it's time. You can decide to stand up and shake. All the feelings.
Oh, it's time to fight HIV. Oh, it's time. It's time. Oh, it's time. It's time. Oh, it's time to fight HIV.
Listen.
Chana kuno chima. Abandi twagate ate bebate samba.
Boys, The time is now to fight HIV. Yeah, Vision 2030. Yes. To fight HIV. Tuagile, tukunde, tuichimwe. All we need is love and care. 'Cause we want people. Wajakuangula. Oblamu wumpi, ela wambi wakume. Kona dance. Hey. Listen, we are one people. 'Cause we want people. Wajakuangula.
Hey, boys time, boys time, yeah. Boys time to fight HIV. Boys time, yeah. Boys time, yeah. Boys time to fight
Time is now to
HIV.
fight HIV. The next song is called Together for the SDGs. We believe in the Sustainable Development Goals and we advocate for them and we believe we will achieve them. DJ. Yeah. You can sing along with us.
Hey, mama, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. La, 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 la. Together for the SDGs. Sure.
Imagine a world with no poverty. Imagine a world with no hunger. Imagine a world with good health and well-being. Imagine a world with quality education. Imagine a world with gender equality. Imagine a world with clean water and sanitation.
Everybody has the chance and ability to make a good difference. We can join our hands and commit to the SDGs. If we work together, together we go. Yeah, together we are stronger. We can do better if we work together. Yeah. Together we go stronger. Together for sustainable development goals.
Together for sustainable development
Affordable and clean energy.
Yeah.
Decent work and economic growth. Industry innovation and infrastructure.
Reduced inequalities.
That's what we yearn for.
Sustainable cities
And communities.
Responsible consumption
And production. Together. Together. Yeah. Solutions for the planet.
Let's make it our
Budget.
Something we can do. Put the issues on the
Budget.
Change the world forever.
Change the world together.
Yes, we can. I just gave you an
Do
acapella.
better if we work together. Yeah, yeah. Together we go stronger. We can do better if we work together. Yeah, yeah. Together we go stronger. Say together for sustainable development goals. Yeah. Together for sustainable development goals. Action, life below greener, life below water, life on life, peace, justice and strong institutions, yeah. And solidarity, yeah. Everybody has the chance and ability to make a good difference. We can join our hands and commit to the SDGs. Yeah, if we work together, get up, speak together. Together we are stronger. We can do, yeah. Na 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 na, yeah, yeah. We are stronger. This is the last one. This is the last one. DJ, give us the last one. This This one is going to be for all of us.
Because of time, I'm requesting
Okay,
that we'll
let's
pass
make it a
the
little
next
shorter.
one.
Let's make it a little shorter.
No.
It's going to be memorable.
Time is really fast spent. Please, Y plus.
Please.
Thank you so much. Let's give them
All
a
right,
round of applause. Our time is really fast spent, and that was good enough. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for advocating for a no stigma kind of environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take on our discussion. We want to take on our discussion on the hows and the ifs and the whens. And allow me invite none other than our panel moderator, who is going to take us through on this, Miss Elsie. As we get onto this very important discussion.
A very good afternoon to you all, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for what promises to be a very exciting conversation, hopefully spirited conversation, and the conversation is about women's economic rights and empowerment. I think this morning set the context, so I'm not going to go into all the details, but a few things that I wanted to say. I think the subject matter is so broad, we can't talk about everything, but I wanted to situate the conversation in the context of trade. First of all, as we know, trade is an enabler for development. It's a very important one connected to all the SDGs. But however, Africa has not fully captured its trade potential. In fact, UNCTAD for the period of 2015-2019 says that the total African trade value was 760 billion, which represented about 29% of its global GDP, regional GDP. We also know that Africa trades only 16.6% amongst itself, as compared to Europe, Asia, and North America, which is 65%, 58% and 50% respectively. In other words, there's a lot more that can be done. By extension, the more Africa trades amongst itself, the more it can also trade with the outside world. We've also established the impact of COVID, the impact of the war, the costs, and I think that the Honorable Minister talked about a number of these things, and therefore building back better, we need to look at how we can review some of these things and create pathways to address women's empowerment. And I think it was very exciting listening to the minister, particularly as she talked about how we empower women in the role, political economy dimensions, networking, logistics, innovation, and many others. And Honorable Minister, I just wanted to say I bought my first lace in Uganda via Instagram last week. A young woman in Chikubu, whom we read about, we said, can you bring the lace? And she brought the lace home, and she got some cool money from 3 of us. And that was just by Instagram. So that was the innovation that you're talking about. But to take that conversation forward, I can't do it alone. We have some distinguished women here to take us forward. The conversation is going to be about women economic empowerment, and we're going to look at 3 anchors, if you may call it so. We want to look at the area of trade facilitation, how women can be facilitated better. We want to also talk about digitalization of services, e-commerce, and e-based solutions to trade. And we also want to look at the Africa Free Trade Continental Area in the context of the current crisis, whether it's climate, whether it's war, whether it's cost, and what can we do collectively. So to have that conversation with us, it's a very important woman who has inspired a lot of us to higher heights. I want to welcome Dr. Thelma Awori, who is a Ugandan professor, former Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, and Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa, and a feminist. Please join me welcome Dr. Awori. But she is also the Honorary Consul of Liberia to Uganda. I told you at 79, she's still on her feet. Exactly. We also want to welcome upstage here the head of public sector and NGOs, business and commercial clients at Stanbic Bank, Uganda, and also IMD Switzerland Business School alumni, Miss Annette Chigongo. I hope I got it right. Oh, Choncho. Okay. Okay. Let me simply say Annette. I think it's safer that way. I also want to welcome the Private Sector Foundation Uganda head of MSMEs, micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, former board chair of Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association, Miss Angela Bagin? Okay, Angela, please. Angela is not here? Oh, she's joining virtually. Okay. And then I think Dr. Sally, as I understand, is on her way. And when she comes in, we're going to have that introduction. So we're going to have, I think, approximately, as I understand from Mildred, about 40 minutes of discussion because we've eaten into some of our time. We will just do one round of conversation with the panelists. So when you have your turn, you do about 5 minutes at the max. And then what we'll do is that we don't want it to be a monologue from the podium here. So we're going to open it up for some reflections from you all who are participating in the conversation today. And the conversation today is women's socio-economic rights and empowerment, building back better for women's improved resilience. So now I would start off with you, Dr. Awori. It's a veteran. And just your own reflections in terms of what we are seeing today. We're seeing the climate crisis. We are seeing the Ukraine-Russia war impact on us in a number of ways. We have seen the COVID crisis. We are recovering from that. As Africa implements the Africa Free Trade Continental Area in these very challenging times, how do you see the role of government? How do you see the role of multilateral institutions and the private sector work together to really promote sustainable inclusive growth and build those resilient value chains that can really empower women and women-owned enterprises? So that's the first question to you. Dr. Awori.
Thank you very much, Elsie. And Excellencies, I hope I can stand on all protocols that have already been observed. I'd like to first of all congratulate Her Excellency, the Ambassador for South Africa, for organizing this occasion. I told the lady to keep this photograph here because I love this story of Charlotte. And this kind of gathering and this kind of conversation really inspires me because it brings to fore all of the excellent work that women have done. And it pains me to know that all of that excellent work is just never recognized. So we have to more or less blow our own trumpet. And there are lots of trumpets to blow. Elsa, you mentioned some, the ambassador mentioned some. I think we should have mentioned Jean-Martin Cissé, who was the first African woman to chair the UN Security Council. You know, I mean, there are formidable things that women have done, and I'm just so proud that we're digging them up now to put them forward. But how do I see the situation now? I think that the African Continental Free Trade Area is definitely a great opportunity. And that is something that our governments have done. I was at the AU when this resolution was passed and accepted, and it was really very exciting to know that it went so quickly because many people didn't think that the African countries would accept it and move quickly. So I think there's a new recognition of what needs to be done to make Africa great again. We've been too long under the spell of poverty. We are poor, And when I was at the UN, one of the things I always said, it is a crime against humanity to convince Africans that they are poor. We are not poor. We are the richest continent on this earth. And we must always remember that and try to use it to our advantage. I feel that the African continental free trade, the continental free trade area creates so many opportunities. We've been working on the issue of women for so long, and more or less scratching the surface. But if you look at the kinds of things that need to be done now, and the kinds of things that we have to do to make the free trade area functioning, the studies that have to be done, we are now getting into how can we fix the enabling environment in terms of transportation, in terms of what we call the thick borders. How can we change those things? The research we are doing now to identify the problems, I think is very, very encouraging. We are also looking at, I position myself with the women at the very bottom. That's where I position myself. Because if you look at the work I have done with women in the markets, that's where I work with women in the markets. During the COVID, we were taking mattresses and water drums and all that to the markets, sanitary equipment for the women. But there's new recognition of these women and what they bring to the table and what we need to do by way of preparing them to participate in this free trade area. The preparation is humongous. Let us not underestimate it in terms of the training for production, the training for upscaling, for value addition, and also awareness of the kinds of regulations that government needs to put in place. And I have to congratulate our governments. They have done a lot. I mean, if you look at Kenya, and Kenya was the first country to set up, an institute, a Commonwealth Institute for training women. You look at Uganda. Uganda was the first country to set up a regulatory authority. Even though at that time it was not gender sensitive, they have now placed a gender committee in that authority. You look at South Africa and the black empowerment regulation that they have, which brings in all disadvantaged people, including women. So there is so much that our governments have done. And I think that our development partners should really try to support the work that women are doing. Don't come up with your own, it would be nice things. Because, I have been in so many meetings where people said, wouldn't that be nice if this, no. The women here are busy working, and what you need to do is to connect with them and support what they are already doing. So please do that. Give money to Sarah Sally when she comes. She will know I have spoken on her behalf. So that she can do the research that is required. We're always talking about the need for data. We need that data that will disaggregate how women are performing. So give money for that. Give money for the training. Don't start asking too many questions. Women need training in every aspect. And the UN system, I think if you could get together and really support what women are already doing. You're doing a lot already in the UN system. I really want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate, where's Paulina? She has left? Oh, you're still there. Yeah. Paulina, UN Women has put out an excellent study on women and after. An excellent study. I would recommend it to everybody to read. So you're looking at me. I don't know if you want me to stop or not.
All right. No,
would you like me to stop?
Well, I think when the panel starts or we engage the audience, you might have a point
we can say. I don't have to say everything right now.
Exactly.
Okay.
Excellencies, if you're joining the conversation this afternoon, the conversation is around women's socioeconomic rights and empowerment, building back better for women's improved resilience. We've also established the fact that trade is important for growth, trade is important for development. It is connected to the Sustainable Development Goals and by extension the Vision 2040 of Uganda and the National Development Plan 3. We've also said that, whilst trade provides great opportunity, Africa in particular is not really trading amongst itself, trades 16.6%. There's a lot more that can be done post-COVID, and now that we are also in the midst of crisis, and we're also dealing with the climate issues. So I think Dr. Awori has started off the conversation very well, touching on the need for readiness, whether through regulations, capacity building, and also building on what we know. Women are already doing things. How can we build on what is existing rather than creating something new? And the need for mindset change. And I think, Dr. Awori, last week I was telling people, poverty is not what we feel only in the pocket, but also in the mind. We need to stretch our imagination. The continent, indeed, is the richest continent on earth. So to take the conversation forward, Dr. Sally? Okay, but you're here. Yes, okay. All right. So again, how do you see the Africa Free Trade Continental Area? What does it mean from a building resilience point of view for women, women-owned enterprises, and how can really women address the issues of shocks and crisis moving forward in the context of trade? I would like you to also speak to the gender-sensitive trade infrastructure that we all need to put in place, both government and development partners, to ensure that women build resilience when it comes to trade. What are your reflections being of a professor in Makerere? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me from where I am. Sorry, I just had to run out of a certain cabinet process. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy for the celebration that's taking place, and I would like to congratulate the South African High Commission and all dignitaries in the House. Again, I will stand on the protocol which has been observed before that. I would like to really share the sentiments the predecessor has spoken, Dr. Awori. I think one thing that comes to my mind and that I kept reflecting on when I received this invitation was, how do we make Africa work for Africans? I know we are talking about the Africa Free Trade Area, and we've talked about very many initiatives. And most of the time, we spend time training and trying to get African women in. From where I stand, African women are already in. The issue is the issue of recognition. And why do I start with making Africa work for Africans? In 2015, as the leader of one of the Carnegie boards, which was financing the best PhDs on the continent, we took these best PhDs from the different countries on the African continent to the African Union. And one thing we were told in 2015 by the sitting heads of state is that, one, the AU was not interested in the kind of people we had taken there. These were African PhD students, male and female, studying in Africa. And when we discussed matters of trade and how we could collaborate better and how, for example, free passes, all we were told at the AU is that they were not interested in those kinds of things they were doing, but they were interested in big-time traders and investors like Dangote. Of course, that drove the group of PhD students into an irate fit, and we were later on told, don't bring those kinds of people to the AU again, because they are very disruptive. Now, we are talking about an African Union whose head of, I don't know, I think the sitting head at the time, only values traders like Dangote. Already that cuts out very many people. So where does that leave the women? Indeed, there's a lot of trade taking place between African countries. The only thing is that kind of trade is not documented. We are the first and one of the biggest continents that takes down different Africans or fellow Africans for being illegal migrants, even when we share commonalities in language, in religion, and in culture. Why? Because they have not come with a particular paper, and they have not come with a particular, they are not trading in the way we understand trade, posting certain GDP and GNP figures. And these people have not refused to be documented that way. It is only that our systems don't document that kind of trade. Now, if we are to ask where are the majority of the women, of course I applaud the women in this room who may be doing very wonderful trade and can board planes and go and do that. They should be supported. But if we are talking about an African free trade area that works for Africans, we should recognize where most of our people are. And as Madam Awori has said, our people are not poor. Our people are looking at these opportunities and they're exploiting them. There are many women who are trading between the Uganda-Kenyan border, for example, taking fish, coming back with salt, and providing, actually in some places, they are the only actors who are providing resources and opportunities for people to trade in this area. Go to the Uganda-DRC border. Again, there's a lot happening. Technically, we don't have much officially between the two countries, but the communities that are there are doing these things across border all the time. You can also talk about Tanzania. Talk about the Sudan, South Sudan and Uganda. But do we document these things?
I'll interrupt you a bit there. So what next? If there's already trade happening, how do we go to scale? How do we do a lot more of the good things that you're talking about?
One thing is we need to acknowledge them. One, we either need to come up with a system that documents them and stop seeing them as a nuisance and see them as contributors. And that also speaks to developing a mechanism that tracks and documents and elevates. Otherwise, they remain informal, they remain unrecognized. And I think that's my major point. By making Africa work for Africans, because most of the people are in that category. Thank you.
So the conversation is getting heated as we go along. Very interesting as well. Africa must work for itself, and the need for us to tell the story in a very powerful way, document the stories, but also importantly, look at the different typology of private sector women entrepreneurs. It might not always be the big women there, but there are other segments of it that we need to look into and see how then we empower them in terms of building a very resilient trade infrastructure for women. So I'm going to come to you, Annette. I'm going to come to you because trade facilitation means a lot. There's a need for us to address issues of the barriers. But what I wanted to ask you was the role of the financial institutions in facilitating women's trade and creating more resilience. I don't want you to talk about your bank. I want you to be more strategic. What can we do for women in Uganda, women in the continent, and by extension, once they are strengthened, they can also trade with other parts of the world. Your reflections.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Your mic is not on. No. Let's sanitize that if you're using it.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm a bit low. Better?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And also to add my voice to congratulate the South African High Commissioner on the Women's Month and all your excellencies that are here. I will not be biased to speak towards Stanbic, but I will build on from the last speaker. There's a lot that is happening, but it's going unnoticed. And part of the things that we want to do as the private sector, especially the financial private sector, is how do we get these people to be bankable, to be able to be recognized. Many of them will shy away from the banks, the big banks, and I speak for all of us. They'll say the bank is going to ask me for my grandmother, my grandfather, bring this, bring that, bring the other. But trade has been happening between them, but it is not documented. It is not anywhere. Even if they want to come to a bank for a facility, we'll tell them, you don't have any record. Yet every morning, that woman is going to make some form of financial transaction. So our role, especially as the financial sector, is how do we start and enable them at the grassroots without necessarily having to open a bank account? Because bank accounts are becoming a thing of not very relevant to the lady who is in the marketplace. So part of that is I want to desist from turning to Stanbic, but one of the things that we have been deliberate about, especially us as financial contributors, is we say Uganda as a home, we drive her growth. What better way to drive Uganda's growth by empowering the Ugandan woman? We, in March, deliberately, and you don't have to be a Stanbic customer, we deliberately launched a women's program. And what we do for women is, sometimes women know how to do things, but do they know how to run a business properly? Do they know that if I sell
10,000 today. How much of that has gone to cost running? How much of that have I eaten? How much of that have I saved? But also on top of that, on top of teaching them how to do business properly, we spoke about the issue of scale, we spoke about the issue of standards. Sometimes they can't compete because they only know how to make their baskets their own way. They don't know that I need to go to UNBS to get certified. They don't know that for me to compete, even to compete on this African region, I have to put out a product that is good, that will compete. Because people are getting from Dubai, people are getting from China. So how do you make your product competitive? So those are some of the deliberate actions that we have to do, and also teach them how to do business properly. I might be making money today, but is my business profitable, or I'm continually picking and I don't know that I'm losing money? So those are some of the deliberate actions that we need to take as private sector financial contributors to this country, and empower the Ugandan woman, the African woman, to do business but do it properly. One more comment I want to make is some can't do everything by yourself. Sometimes you might need to call on another woman who is an accountant, maybe. You can't collect the money, count it, save it yourself. You don't have the skill sometimes. So how do you rely on the social capital that you have to be able to help you to run whatever business that you want to run sustainably, but also make it competitive, so that when I take my product, my baskets across the country to Kenya, I'm putting out a competitive product because I have done it properly. Thank you.
All right, so we're stringing the conversation this afternoon. The conversation is around women's socioeconomic rights and empowerment, how women can build back better and improve their resilience. We are hearing a couple of things come out of the conversation this afternoon. We're hearing the need, first of all, to think differently. I mean, that we are poor people. No, we are not. So a bit of mindset change, if I'll call it so, coming out of the conversation. There's also a whole thrust of conversation coming around the need for readiness. Readiness if it comes to capacity building, readiness when it comes to standards, regulations, networking. So a whole sort of work stream around the need for readiness. The third thing that is emerging from the conversation is around the need to unpack the private sector when it comes to women. What kind of typology do we have? What are they doing? And then what kind of instruments can we then be able to frame or create to support their work? And also the need for us to make sure that whatever they're doing is bankable and they're very competitive. I think these are some of the main things coming out of the conversation. And we just want to take Angela now. Angela, we want you to focus around what does trade resilience, in your opinion, mean for women-operated businesses, and how can women-operated businesses be supported to break gender barriers in access to digital tools and technologies and shift towards e-commerce and other related things. And I think, I don't know whether you heard me that I bought a piece of cloth recently just on Instagram. And one of the things also we did during the COVID, and thank you very much for recognizing that earlier on, as a UN family, we had a number of products for women. And for the first time, women in Bugolobi, Nakawa, Kalewe, and others are able to trade on Jumia, selling banana, peppers, and others. So a lot of interesting things there. So some reflections from you on the digitalization point. Angela,
Thank you,
go ahead.
and good afternoon to everyone. I hope the background noise will not disrupt your listening. And I want to honor all protocol. Thank you to the ambassador for this great event and for the celebration of women. Now, the building blocks we need to take us forward really start from the grassroots, from the individual. And while we, in our capacity as women who are in positions of strategy, positions of influence, are able to
Angela, your line is that we can't hear you properly.
That gap between the policy do not fully all right, is that better now?
Yeah, please make
Is
sure
that better now?
your internet is quite strong so that we can hear, because it was breaking at some point.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So So the link we need to put in place is we, the women who reach out to the individual. The individual women do not fully understand the policies. We have robust policies as a continent. And these policies are there on paper, and we are the bridge that makes sure that these policies reach that grassroots woman. AFCFTA is providing a robust change from the micro to the macro. And to be able to see it spread across the continent requires a concerted effort to co-create at all levels. Now, connectivity is something that we understand within the urban areas, but we need to handhold a number of people, a number of sectors, and the rural areas to be able to understand how to get this connectivity to work for them. So we have a robust agriculture society. We're able to trade within our regions, within our countries, and we have to support all this with the tools that are in place. But we have not yet fully mastered and understood how to get this connectivity to reach that woman who has the raw produce. How do we do this? We need a total transformation on mindset. And this cannot be done by a few people. It's got to be a cultural change that is embedded within society, right from our education systems, to help people understand how to trade, how to work in offices, and how to deal with issues that are gender related. Our strength is in our markets, and our markets are strong enough to be able to feed the African continent and be able to feed the individual and bring the coins or the money back to the individual where the produce starts from. So how do we co-create and get this synergy? We need to find these African-based solutions from the private sector and be able to incorporate them with public sector-led policies. Now, the private sector is fully conversant with how to do business and moves quite quickly. And we need to be able to move at the same pace, both from the production level right up to to be able to trade, to go across borders. Last week, we held the COMESA, the Confib Trade Fair, and we managed to have interactions and agree to trade with ladies in different countries from 19 member states. These opportunities are available, but they are available within pockets or silos. And we therefore need now to create those conduits or the octopus syndrome to be able to get to the smaller producers and enhance their products to be able to get quality. Some of our biggest challenges include our packaging and understanding standardization. But as we trade internally, the intra-trade can build, and that will build onto the trade across borders. So for us to be able to do this, we now need to start teaching and training people on how to be creative and innovative, and to be able to bring them to understand that getting immersed in so many products at the same time only defeats the purpose of getting into trade.
Angela,
specialization will help us to improve.
Can you hear me? I need to interrupt you
yes,
very briefly.
I can.
Because I want you to be more specific. We're talking about digitalization, the tools that we need. How do we go to scale? How do we connect to the last mile, the rural women you're talking about? How do we do that practically? I mean, I want to hear some very concrete suggestions, whether to development partners or the government. How do we really enable that, knowing that a lot of trade is also going online? Just one example, practically.
Yes. Well, one of the ways we've done, try to get digitalization down to the rural areas is through moving from analog to the technologies that can actually work, but with the understanding that they may not necessarily have the power or the gadgets that are required. So we've created what we call communal outlets where people are able to get online and get information on access to markets and access to finance. So if you have a trade facility, the best way to get it through is to get through organized communal groups like the women groups. Now, we are also negotiating to have subsidized rates on simple technologies that can be used to harness value addition. And this includes heavy duty machine, but on a small scale, to go into processing of cereal, grain, and also turning fresh fruit and vegetables into something that can have a longer shelf life. It requires us to get to these rural areas and get into the communal markets and the groups so that we can access them directly. The issue of monitoring and impact comes out quite strongly.
In the interest of time, sorry,
Yes.
I
Go ahead.
have to cut you now. But I want to bring the conversation together and now open it up to the floor for people to engage in. But again, coming back to the conversation around women's economic rights and empowerment and the need for us to build resilience. A number of things are coming up, and I'll not go into all the details again, but I think just building on what Angela talked about, the need for us to connect to the grassroots, the need for us to look at setting tools that can enable. And I know in the UN family, for example, during the COVID, we were working with market women and just providing them with phones where if you're able to order, they have a group that can assess that for more practically. There's a need for us to also look at the market intelligence platform. Where do you get information from? I mean, recently I came from Ghana. We had a factory that is closing down because they don't have enough pineapples. And we are throwing pineapples away in Uganda. How do we connect that? Where is that intelligence? How will that person know that there's pineapple in Uganda? And such e-platforms become very important. So now I hope the microphones are close by and that you can also sanitize from one person to the other. Excellencies, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, if you do have some inputs from the floor, we will take a few reflections or questions to the panelists, and then we would come back to the panelists for some closing reflections, and then I will try to summarize some of the big ticket items coming out of our discussions this afternoon. So if you are interested in contributing to the conversation this afternoon, please lift your hand. I see Maria here. I see a lady at the back. You can introduce yourself when you get the microphone. I have two. Where are the ladies? There's one over there. Okay. And Olive. And another lady here, 5. So we do the first round of 5.
Thank you very much. As has been said, my name is Maria Odido, businesswoman, but also honorary consul of Botswana. There are very many things I would have wanted to raise, but due to time limitation, I'll just focus on the 2. And these are mainly based on what the Honorable Minister had talked about. There's one thing that I wanted to talk about, Elsie. Number 1 is going back down to the basics. I've been in agribusiness many years before I got out of it. And being in agribusiness, I was working a lot with women in the rural areas. There's one thing that I noticed, that women in the rural areas produce while men consume. And I'll tell you how I found this out. Driving around West Nile, there's a lot of local brew that is produced by the women. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the women have produced the alcohol. They're sitting by the roadside. And by 10:30, the men are drunk. All the money that the women gave them, they have come to buy the alcohol. Therefore, now, just link this to my second point. When they then get back home, if there isn't food on the table, they will beat up their wives. They will not pay school fees because the money that their wives have earned and they have drunk, they then blame the wife for the children not going to school. Therefore, how do we resolve this? We cannot empower women and leave men behind. For a long time, we've talked about focus on girl child, focus on women empowerment. But if you empower this woman, but you do not focus on her husband, on her son, on her brother, then you have not achieved anything. It is important that the two are empowered synonymously. The last thing that I will bring up, and like I said, I had a lot, but one other thing. Who creates empowerment in the family, in society, in the world? It's not the men, it's the women. And how do we create empowerment of our societies? By us mothers teaching our sons that you can go in the kitchen and get a glass of water for your mother and your sister. By teaching our sons that you can do something, you learn how to cook, you learn how to survive on your own without having a wife or sister or maid standing next to you. We empower our men by teaching them that to do the things that the women do is not to make you a lesser being, but to make you an equal being. So for me, those are the points I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Very powerful reflections and really touching on mindset change, touching on culture, touching on education, how we do it even within the home. Yes, I think there was somebody at the back. Let's follow the lady over there. Bella, I'll come to you. Let's take the young lady over there. Keep it short and sweet because we need to be out of here. In the next 10 minutes, I need
Thank
to
you
wrap
very
up.
much.
Yeah.
My name is Tracy Morecha, CEO, Mori Limited. I have a display outside in the corridor, and I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for this opportunity. Now, I raise on the point of giving real life experience of a small business owner. And as I stand and speak on behalf of all the millions of women who are doing small businesses and trying to survive. So I would like to start by reacting to the minister's submission, which was very, very good. And she nailed it on the head when she came to the challenges, especially cross-border trade challenges. Yes, those are the challenges that we face. I'm also happy with the information she gave us. That there's some funds.
Can you go straight to your point? Because we don't have much time. Sorry.
Exactly. I'm talking about access to finance.
Okay.
These initiatives that the government, good initiatives that the government has put in place, yes, we have tried our best to access them, but we still have a challenge. For example, the agricultural loan in the banks, in the commercial banks. When you go to the commercial banks, I have personally tried. They tell you it does not make business sense because there are people who are lining up to get these commercial loans at a higher interest than you who has been in that category. Then the other ones, for example, the financing in UDB, I have also personally tried it together with my colleagues, but you find that some of the requirements that are asked for, like for example, if I want to construct a factory, they will ask you to first do a plan which is approved, bills of quantities, and you find, like for example, in my case, I was given an invoice of about 15 million just before you're sure that you're going to get that loan approved. So it becomes very difficult. So we request that while you put in interventions, very good interventions, follow us. What can you do? Like you get us like recommendation letters and guarantee that this initial investment that you want the entrepreneur to put in can be part of the loan so that we are able to access these loans. We need a handheld solution other than just throwing it to us. You try it by yourself, very few. Even some of them are in this room. Then other intervention is...
Can you just, because we have about 5 speakers and we have to close.
Yes, I'm talking about garbage in, garbage out. We can start most of us are based in agricultural businesses. We start from the agricultural level. some of us would want to export, but the biggest problem we have is certification. And I'm not only talking about UNBS, I'm talking about organic certification and HACCP. Or once you do that, that means that you're getting it right from the primary level. Then we also have challenges of climate change. How are we doing business? Are we sensitive to the climate change? Are they eco-friendly businesses? When you're supporting also, pick
All
out.
right, I think I'll catch you there because we need to move forward. We have
Thank-
understood the point of trade
Thank you, thank you.
facilitation. I'll take Bella. Bella, can you straight to the point, please? I don't want to interrupt people while they're speaking, but I just need to do that now in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I thank you, and I thank all the organizers. I thank you so much, South Africans, for coming to Uganda. My point is to welcome you to Uganda. South African women, I was in South Africa. I'm sure when I come there next time, I will be able to interact with you, because the first time I came, I didn't know anyone. It is the ambassador who were led by Chichoncho to the ambassador of South Africa, and they took me to all of wineries in South Africa. I appreciate that. And what I want to appeal to everyone, I first encourage those who are still under me, please, resilience is the best. I managed to cover the whole world by myself, so you can also do it. Though there is no much that I have benefited the name, but where I have reached is now very heavy. So I'm asking anybody who can. The road is too heavy and the government doesn't know that. Instead, they think I am very rich and they want more money from me, from taxes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the encouragement, the need for more resilience, but also the need to look at particular instruments for women and enable their work. There was a lady who was in blue or purple at the back here. I will take you. Keep it short and sweet. I don't know, Mildred, how much time do I have? Because I know this is a conversation, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. I'm Dr. Majanja. In my view, we still have a very long way to go, much as we have started. And I'm looking at the skills. We need to segment our women so that we know what type of skills they need. Because a community woman who is trading needs the skill of record keeping. But also, a woman who is exporting Bella wine needs the skill of how to get the letter of credit. So there is need to do a thorough needs assessment to assess and establish the type of skills needed at the different levels. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think I'll take two more. We have some questions on Zoom. We will read them out because we can't invite all the people. And then I think part of the outcome of this should be, really a roadmap to have continuous conversation moving forward. I'll take the woman over there and I'll come to you, and I think I will close the conversation.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Alusi Shilingi, Urban Snail Farm. Very quickly, the banks, all the financial institutions, we very well know that they get money from a certain donor somewhere. This is not their money. And we very well know that when the money comes, there are all these kinds of requirements by the central bank. Now, what we are asking is that we don't know those requirements which are being required, the commercial banks actually to tell us. When I go to look for a loan, I'm asked one thing: do you have a collateral? I say, what exactly do you mean? Do you have land? We as women, most of us might not actually have land. Some of us here as women who have land, we hide it from our husbands. Because the day you'll express to some husbands that actually I earned some extra money from my consultants and I bought land, that may be the day to leave your house. So what does that mean? That some of these collaterals that the banks request or the financial institution request, they are just way up. We cannot afford them. What then do I mean when the money that comes to the commercial banks? Is there a way that our governments, our other activation groups can actually influence the donors' money, not to come in as a loan, but they can come in as equity fund. It can come in as venture fund. It can come in as impact fund. Today we are dealing with renewable solutions for climate change. Renewable energy is something very, it's taking so much. But where are the women's spaces? Where are the women filling those spaces to actually undertake innovations in renewable energy? The way everything is designed about accessing credit it pushes the woman out to participate in the renewable energy. My other last observation, very quickly, is on the digital side. I stop? The digital staff.
Yeah, okay, just keep it 30 seconds.
Yes, just 30 seconds. When we are talking about the digital staff, what exactly do we need to do? Today we are hearing digital farming systems, digital credit systems. SACCOs are going digital. Small Nigina groups are going digital. And actually, who are the people doing this digital stuff? You might find that actually they are not even women, they don't know what it is, but everybody is singing the song of digital. So can we go back and actually find out this farming system, the contractual system which are going digital, what exactly is there? How can we interpret it to an everyday woman in Nakasero market selling tomatoes, or those women you met from Chikuvo who came through online, and they sold you the less, sold the cloth. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed Madame Olive, the president of the Uganda Chamber of Commerce. She had her hand up at some point. I will take her. Let her finish and then because she had her hand up before you.
Yeah, thank you. I won't take a lot of your time.
Yeah.
Thank you to our host, the South African Health Commission, the UN family. Thank you very much to bring us here all. Mine are just three different. I just want to highlight, I think, what has been mentioned about women in business. I am a businesswoman. I am the president of the Chamber of Commerce Industry. Somebody keeps saying, Olive, you are there for too long. I'll tell you why I'm there for too long. The chambers of commerce world over were run by men. And when I came on board, I was like, hey, you are lost. You shouldn't be here. Like many other places for women, and I think the minister did talk about it, even in parliament and many places. Now, I got a lot of issues, men fighting, and I said I'm not backing off. I stood my ground. And I'm praying and I'm saying to ladies in this room, when I leave that chair, which is not too long ago, please, women, come on board. That is one, because the Chamber of Commerce is a tool you can use in three things that I'm going to mention that to do with trading. Market access is one of them. Because if you don't know what the market wants, be it in Africa or anywhere, then where are you going? And most of us, as women, will sit there and say, okay, let me try and do some small business here, and sell it. We get so many coming to the chamber and say, we are making this, where can we sell them? Do we sell them to Kenya? Do we sell them to Rwanda? Do we sell them to Tanzania? We don't know. So market research is very, very important. You must know what your market wants, number one. Today we're talking about the Africa trade. Do we know, for example, what Nigeria will import from Uganda? Do we know what Nigeria want to bring here? Do we know what Ghana wants from us, and vice versa? So to me, market research is very important, because when you have the information, then you can come back and give that information to this woman, be it in agriculture. You can tell her, and then the quality assurance comes in. Mr. Minister, I'm very happy that you've told us that there is money to assist us in quality assurance and the unbranding, I hope. I, for one, have had, I've been shouting about the QMAC for our products in Uganda, to the point where UNBS, I think, every time there's so many meetings, they say, oh, there she goes again. Because there are people out there who are doing great things, but they can't afford that QMAC. It's very costly, you're a beginner, and before you even get your product on the market, on the shelves, thereafter you pay so much money. One product, for example, is about 1.6 million shillings. Tell me how many women can afford that. Even men, by the way. And we can't leave men behind, because when you leave behind, we'll never go anywhere. You'll bring us down. Anyhow, so thank you very much. I'm talking about market research, quality assurance, and skilling, and letting people know, and also sustaining whatever they are doing. Because if you don't what do you call it? The word is gone. You must be consistent in what you are doing.
Okay.
So that's what I want to
Thank
add.
you, Madam
Thank
President,
you.
for that. I can see you've had your hand up for a while. Can you keep it short, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Excellency, the Ambassador of South Africa, for inviting us, and the rest of you women from the rest of Africa. Welcome to the Pearl of Africa. My name is Sarah Kajingo, a board director at Private Sector Foundation Uganda, representing professional services, but I'm also a member of Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association. We have been engaged in several efforts to penetrate regional markets. The one thing we note wherever we go, Sudan, DR Congo, and some of our countries, is the non-tariff barriers. You find that some products are banned. You cannot access certain markets. So the reason I rose to speak is to urge all of you powerful women and our colleagues, the men, is that as we speak about AFCTA and improving these protocols, that we ensure that in their political decisions amount to some call out that women and the rest of the business people are compensated whenever they are affected by political decisions. You have alone are running a small business which has grown, and suddenly a political decision in a country, a border is closed, or better yet, worse, your product is banned, but yet you must pay up this loan. Thank you very much.
All right, so no, thank you very much. Some of the practical things that we have to deal with. Excellencies, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually coming to the end of the conversation this afternoon on the women's socioeconomic rights and empowerment, and we've also been talking about how women can build back better and improve their resilience. Amongst other things, we have situated this conversation around trade and trade matters, trade within the African region, the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement, but also trade with the outside world, whether through the AGOA system, trading with Europe, trading with Japan, Asia, and other parts of the world. And we've also established a number of things that are coming out of the conversation. I'm going to do a summary very soon, but before then, I think there's one question that came online. How can we make digitalization realistic for grassroots women in Karamoja, by extension, Uganda as a whole? There were a number of comments that came, some in the mining sector where women are facing challenges, and a number of things. I think we'll try and summarize some of these things in the report of the meeting. We can't go through everything, but I just want to go back to the wonderful panelists that we have to have some final reflections. Keep it a minute. And so, Dr. Awori, you have been listening in. What are your final thoughts and reflections? But more concretely, I know Ambassador Lulu was very passionate about that. What should happen next? You know, give us some ideas around that too.
Thank you very much, Elsie. One of the things that I think we need to do is to become organized. I don't think we are very organized. One of the ways of being organized is to strengthen trade associations, especially around specific commodities. If they are mushroom growers, what can we do to help them to grow better, sell, preserve, add value, etc.? So trade associations and you know, let's think about mindset change. Huh? Sarah Sally has been pioneering this idea of positive masculinity that Maria is bringing up. And in the AU, the GMAC, we are encouraging the AU to have a policy on positive masculinity. They just had a big meeting in DRC. The president there is a champion now for positive masculinity. Let's try to push that idea more. When I go to weddings and I give speeches, this is what I talk about. Because the father of the bride is busy telling her she must be submissive to her husband, etc. So I get up and I talk about positive masculinity. So my last point is this whole issue of how to help women to have access to finance, to make sure they are able to deal with the issues of getting the Q mark and the S mark and all of those things. Please, let us get some innovation hubs. Let's get some innovation hubs because it's too much to do the technology. Get an innovation hub that has all the technology, has experts there who will help you with your Q mark.
Sorry, can we have one meeting because I think some people are having side meetings, sorry.
Yeah.
So we can hear Thermal very well.
So that's my one thing. Let's get some good innovation hubs that relate to women. And on the issue of digital, I have to say that I am so impressed with our young women. I look at Kenya, and I'm sure in South Africa also, everywhere, in Uganda, the young women are on to this digital thing. Let us get them involved with us. They will save us. So, that's my last point.
All right. Thank you very much. Get the young women involved. They will save us. Thank you very much for that powerful one. And let's go to Professor Sally, because I think there was a connection between what she said and what the work you're doing.
Very much. I hope you can hear me. I'll just begin with a small thing. One time when the president visited the university, our president of the Republic of Uganda, he asked, what is the kind of economy the Karamojong has? You are always telling me about how this percentage of Ugandans is poor, very poor, and cannot survive. So he challenged us to think with our systems in mind as a way of improving them, not necessarily preserving them. So most of what I would want to say, people have answered them, and I will summarize them as follows. One, we need to document. So let's document. First of all, Dr. Majanja captured it very well. What are the different kind of women traders we have? There are those who need skills. There are those who need information. There are those who need certification. Let's document all of them. And after we have documented, we provide services according to whichever they need. The cross-border woman may need more of protection, while the international woman may need more of progressive laws that protect them. So the services would include good policies, but also they would include financial services. And on the matter of digitalization, I must say you can no longer cheat a rural trader in Uganda today, because even with their small phones, which are not smartphones, they can tell the price of matoke in Kampala. So you cannot underpay them in Bushenyi because you think they are far away. So digitalization, all those can work. Then let's provide them with skills. And like Madame Olive has said and Madame Bella has said, networks. We are different levels of being women in trade. Let us identify from this fora who do we need to network with and in order to get support and leverage what they have to access bigger levels. But also those who are already bigger levels, let's network with.
You have 30 seconds.
Yes, and I'm summarizing. Network with the politicians in this space so that they can make fair policies to enable the women who are operating in that space, whether it's at AU or at national levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sally. I'll come back to you, Annette. I think you tried to convince a lot of the ladies that instruments from the bank are friendly, but it seems not to be the case. And I think that's the reality. We have been hearing this over and over again. It's not customized to the needs of the women. So without going to Stambik, what more can the banks do, and maybe some final reflections on that?
Thank you very much. I think for me, it's a bit of advice to everybody. Learn to speak to your bankers. Sometimes people shy away from the bank because somebody had a bad experience with the bank. And not all facilities in the bank will require collateral. So talk to your banker. And when you eventually get that financing from the bank, before you append your signature, please read the fine print. Because we have seen businesses going down because somebody did not read. They're giving you money to you're so excited to sign off the money. Read the fine, sprint and speak to your banker. But also in terms of women businesses, sometimes we need not to reinvent the wheel. We have people who have been successful in business. Can we benchmark? Can we learn from them? And can we also understand that if I'm starting out in business today, I will not be at the level of Bella. There is work that needs to be done. So can we be resilient? And can we please keep record?
All right. Thank you very much for that, the need to be resilient. And I'm going to take Angela finally online.
Thank you. I urge all women, whether you're in Karamoja or in Fort Portal, to join associations and groups so that you can get collective bargaining power. And as you join them, we need to then bring down to you digital adoption platforms. From those platforms, we need to digitize before we digitalize. Get your systems and processes in place so that you're able to have that consistency that is required to be able to meet the quotas or quantities required in supermarkets or in when we're trading up. So for us to trade up, we need to become organized and come into collectives and then specialize on areas we're strong at. On a different level, we will need to look at district needs that at a specific level, segment these district needs, and then avail them with the digital requirements that that will assist them in trading up.
All right.
At that
Angela?
point, we can then link the needs of AFCFTA to them. Thank you.
All right, then. No, thank you very much. Before I say thank you to the panelists, a few things that came online. There is a need for tangible skill for women in business that will bring them liquid cash. I think that's coming out. The issue of dealing with women who have teenage pregnancy, in terms of women who are pregnant, how do we support them in businesses moving forward? And how do we make technology affordable? And I think when we were in Gulu, His Excellency launched some of the regional platforms that hopefully will bring the price of technology and internet down. And so, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be summarizing soon, and then I'll say thank you to the wonderful panelists. This afternoon conversation has been on women's socioeconomic rights and empowerment, how women can build back better and improve their resilience. We've situated our conversation on trade matters, both within the continent, but also by extension, how we trade with the rest of the world. We have looked at digitalization, trade facilitation, and how we deal with AFTA, the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement during crisis. A couple of things have been coming out of the conversation. I think one of them is on mindset change, whether it's on the need to see ourselves as rich, whether in how we engage men as part of the conversation, our educational system, and I can go on and on. That becomes a very powerful one. And I should say, Honorable Minister, a few weeks ago I was in Bunyoni, and it was the first time I was seeing the lake, and when I got there, I was in awe. And I saw a young lady who was in the hotel, and I said, oh my God, you must be enjoying this world-class view. Look at this. It's so amazing. I can't believe it. How do you feel? She just looked at me. She said, what's wrong with this woman? She was like, my village is behind the hills. I mean, there's nothing here. And then she tells me, I want to go to the city. And I said, why do you want to go to the city? And she says that because they said in Kampala, you can be rich. Now, it struck me that the potential of trading services, of which tourism is one, we have not opened her eyes to see the potential in that region. And that mindset change is one of the things we have to deal with, because she didn't see wealth there. She saw wealth in Kampala, not the world-class view of a unique lake that you can only perhaps find only in Uganda. So these are some of the things that are practical things. We've talked about the need for readiness, capacity building, standards, regulations, scaling, and networking. I will not go into the details. We've talked about the need for documentation, the typology of businesses we're talking about. The medium, the small, the big ones. Where are their needs? What can we do? We've also talked about the need for much more targeted trade facilitation for women, whether it's around the instruments we use. It should not only be about loans. It could be equity, impact, investments, many more. How do we make sure some of these new instruments available to us can be used? We've touched also on issues around culture
I will not go into that. I think the Honorable Minister did quite some good work. And in times of innovation, when African men and women have innovated so much, especially with the youngest continent on earth, how do we take some of these innovations to scale? And then finally, issues around how we deal with some of the crises we are facing, climate, environment, and many more. I think I'll do some injustice to the conversation if I don't try to set a pathway. I think Ambassador Lulu will do a bit of that. I think we need to be perhaps seeing this conversation as a continuum, look at a platform for engagement with women business moving forward. I know conversations are going to take place in Kenya soon. I know Olive is planning a trip with a couple of women to Ghana and Nigeria. And I think we should see this as a movement that we can all rally around. And I think the second thing, which will be quite important for us to reflect on, is the Women's in Trade Protocol, which is supposed to be part of the AFCFTA. It's currently being negotiated. Let's have that conversation in Uganda some more, and what will be peculiar for us to be able to inform the whole conversation in the region. There's a need for innovation hubs, some practical suggestions, and I think there's quite some work that has been done here in Uganda, whether through the Private Sector Foundation, UNCCI, UMA, UZIA, and others that we are funding as UNDP, UN Women, the United Nations Family, under the RC's leadership. Lots of work happening here. Please get acquainted. And on that note, let me say a very big thank you to this wonderful women, 3 here, the quartet, 1 online. And let me invite Supra moderator Mildred to Hyson to take over. I see the one who is taking over, who is coming next. Okay, and my name is Elsie Atifa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elsie. And the panel, can we please give them a round of applause again? I think that was a very insightful session, and it has led us to the next session. We're going to pause the jazz entertainment for a second, and we're going to go straight to Her Excellency, Commissioner Lulu Tungwana, to take us what's next from these deliberations for today. Can we please welcome her on stage again?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, colleagues, ambassadors, high commissioners, the leaders of women in business, officials of government, and representatives of various embassies here with us, women's organizations, and women leaders. I think we need to give ourselves a round of applause. This has been a very successful Women's Day. I just want to assure you that it is only a continuation of a process that has started. Some of the ambassadors were here when we started to talk about the AFCFTA, but we also have been talking to various women's organizations to encourage them to look at these challenges of credit with the bank and to look at how do we go around them. I think myself and the Honorable Minister, my colleagues, the ambassadors were listening here, and we have heard what you are saying about the AU. You'll remember that most of the people there are our fathers. So we need to ensure, try and help them move out of those boxes. However, there are many of them, we call them gender friendly, and I like what the Honorary Consul for Liberia said. We need to assist them become positive get into positive masculinity. I'll just summarize what we have discussed and what are the outcomes, but I want to say, indeed, this is not the end. The conversation will continue. It may continue in Uganda, or in Kenya, or in Tanzania, or in Ghana, or in South Africa. But this is not the end. I just want to once again remind you of Charlotte Maxeke, who said, "Forget that spirit of self and do not live above your people." All these challenges and problems, if we were sitting with the women in the rural areas, in their farming projects, in the marketplace where they are, we would understand many of these problems and challenges. And she said when she launched the African Women's Council, "This council is not for you. Forget that spirit of self. This council is for the women of Africa, from Egypt, Cairo, to Cape Town. All the women of Africa should be part of this movement." And I want to add, colleagues, that let's not forget the African women in the diaspora. They have a huge amount of contribution to make, and we also need to learn from their experience. They also want to learn from our experience. So I think we have about 3 thematic areas that I will try and summarize as quickly as possible. Area 1, the women's rights movement. This celebration reminds us of the power to challenge the status quo or marginalization that systematically excludes women from participating and benefiting from development. Inclusion, especially in the context of leaving no one behind, is critical. As you rise, pick up someone with you. A lot of the work we do is to create space for women to contribute in the world today. We need to move from survival to a space where women are really contributing. As we emerge from the pandemic, we have an opportunity to build a more equal, inclusive, just, and resilient society. We must scale up investments in gender equality to achieve this in the context of the Agenda 2030 and the Africa we want. We must support women's health, education, and economic empowerment. The pandemic has shown us that without good health, there's nothing much we can do. There is no economy, there is no movement. So health is critical. We have been reminded also, as you rise, pick up someone with you. We should always support other women to rise. Hold someone's hand as much as possible. We are ministers here, we are ambassadors, we are leaders of various organizations, including the United Nations, but we stand on the broad shoulders of those women all over the continent. Thematic area 2, women and trade in the context of the AFCFTA. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is an opportunity for women to build back better. We can increase awareness about the opportunities it provides, undertake economic diplomacy, ensure women's participation in cross-border and other regional trade arrangements. Economic empowerment for women is a critical strategy for all to embrace. It is important
to women's economic empowerment, to fight poverty and inequality. As we do this, we need to protect our forests, train society to conserve the environment, not to deplete forest cover, to degrade the environment. We need a trade facility to address bottlenecks faced by SMEs in engaging this trade. I think we have some of our role models, Mama Wangari Maathai, who was ahead of her time in the area of conservation, especially looking after our forests. Investment in developing the capacity of women to effectively participate in trade is critical to unlock the opportunities and benefits that the AFCFTA presents. Now we have women who are CEOs of banks and women who are heading investment agencies. I think it's important we say, really, we don't need to ask permission from husband or from son, in some cases, or from those so-called heads of families. Because today, women are heading more than 50% of families on this continent. So those are some of the challenges that we'll have to confront head on. Moving forward, I think I would like to say that we also need to ensure trade provides a great opportunity for Africa. The challenge is how best we can prepare the position women in trade take and ensure that they engage and collaborate with one another to access markets. I'm so glad to hear about this digitization. We brought someone, a lady from South Africa, who makes beautiful things. She lives in one of our rural areas. She has no markets. UNDP, please help us digitization. She can send those things to New York, to London, to France, everywhere. But how to do that? And this is the opportunity, the networking that we're talking about. We also need to increase awareness, undertake economic diplomacy, ensure women's participation, and institute a trade facility to address bottlenecks faced by SMEs in engaging in trade. I think the leadership that we have here should also engage with the Secretary General of the AFCFTA to say to him, these are the challenges women are confronted with. What is it that can be done to assist us in this regard? Professor Sally also talked about documenting, recognize where most of the women are, and also which areas they are operating in, design interventions to support them build resilient businesses, and in that context, enable them to grow. Document them, acknowledge them, and support them. Make Africa work for Africa. You know, we have so much wealth here on the continent. Most of the world comes here to do trade, to develop our minerals, to mine our minerals, and also our oil and gas. What is it we can do ourselves to benefit? President Museveni always says we have to beneficiate on the continent. And in that way, we are creating jobs and opportunities. The earrings and the necklaces the watches that we have, they come from here. The coffee, best coffee that you grow in Uganda, Ethiopia, and so on. It goes to Europe. And me, I buy it in Europe here at the supermarket. Why are we not beneficiating? Cocoa, the biggest producer is Ghana. Why are we not beneficiating our products and create jobs here and trade with the world and benefit from our products. I think we will share a copy of the outcomes, but we also want to say the implementation is up to us as women. Let us make women participate in the AFCFTA. Let us make sure that the networks that we are creating here today and in other parts of the continent will be continuously capacitated and provided with market-driven information as this relates to the AFCFTA. Women-led SMEs should also be given opportunity to participate in regional platforms such as the international trade fairs and networks as a means of identifying niche markets under the AFCFTA. So with those few words, I want to say once again, thank you so much for responding positively. Thank you so much for coming. We are going to have some lunch later, but I want to say in Africa, you don't come in the house and you go home hungry. So we are just asking for the few minutes to finish off the last items, which are going to be very short indeed. And then we can go and see the exhibition as we pass by. Please buy something. You know, when I travel in Uganda and I see women selling their beautiful pineapples, and I go and buy, and she tells me, you know, you are my first customer since early morning. You know, my heart breaks, and I buy many more than I need, and then I give people presents. Because really, it's so sad. Let us support the women out there. Let us not just come and talk and talk and talk about ourselves for this self. Let us forget the self and support those women out there. Thank you very much, MC. Can we invite Ms. Lalam, Minister, Excellencies, on the 23rd of April this year, I'm going to summarize, short. We invited South African companies who work under the Forum for South African Businesses in Uganda, for SABU, to raise funds to support the Center for War-Affected Girls in northern Uganda, in particular Gulu area, the center that was initiated by Betty Lalam. Now, out of that effort, I'm summarizing, many things happened, it was nice, and the golfers, Minister, taking from you, the golfers were so happy after playing. We had a dinner, they enjoyed South African wines, we had a band that was singing nicely, they kicked the band out, and they sang themselves. And they sang so well. Your colleague, Minister of State, Minister Oriem Okem, was there, and he enjoyed himself very much and supported the project. So I would like to ask you, Minister, to hand over something. You know, I used to be a member of parliament, so I have a rally voice. They also train in hairdressing. They also produce nice dresses, designing. And now we want to help them to develop a catering department where they will train girls, do all sorts of cuisine and so on, start their own businesses. You invite them when you have a wedding, or they can get jobs in the neighboring hotels. So this is little something that we are giving, just a little token that we are giving to the center, and we hope all of you here, you will also help them and help other girls out there that need our support. Thank you very much. You want to say a few words?
Thank you very much, Excellency Lumba Mary. I am very happy to be here today, and I'm very happy to meet the people I've never met before. Thank you so much. I think this gift, women are going to benefit. Thank you.
You want to say something? No. Okay. Thank you very much. We are just about to finish. You want to? Oh. Let me not pretend to be the moderator.
Actually, Your Excellency, you're actually staying to give just a token of appreciation to these distinguished ladies. And of course, I will just be on the side. We have some beautiful nature aspects that we're giving out. And the first person to receive one will be Dr. Paulina Chiwangu. Dr. Paulina, and that's in no particular order. Dr. Paulina is coming through to get this particular one that you will be giving. Oh. Just as those flowers are beautiful, so is the work that you are doing. Wow. Let me first also get it to our Minister, Honorable Betty Amongi. The story was beautiful. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying with us. Yes. Honorable Minister Betty Amongi, we're also saying Happy Women's Day to you in a special way. Please come and take this beautiful one. And thank you so much for the work that you're doing. Thank you for the reality testimony. It was the real one. We won't forget the golf course. Miss Elsie Atafua, thank you so much for all the work. And we're saying Happy Women's Day to you in a special way. We're saying Happy Women's Day to you in a special way. Yes, please, you will take that one before we can officially say bye-bye. Happy Women's Day, Miss Ngongi Namondo. Thank you so much for coming through. Like I said, these ones are in no particular order. We are saying Happy Women's Day in no particular order to all the women for all the work that you have done. We appreciate and Happy Women's Day to the entire UN family. Her Excellency Natalie Brown, please make your way. Yes, yes, yes. As we wish you a happy Women's Day, this is a Women's Month, and thank you to the South African Commission for ensuring that this comes to pass. Let's welcome Her Excellency Natalie. Okay, we also have from Burundi, Her Excellency Fanny Ntaman. Your Excellency, thank you so much, yes, for coming through. We are saying Happy Women's Day in a special way, and thank you for all the work for women empowerment that you have done in your capacity. We'll have Her Excellency from Algeria, Sheriff Khaled, and your wife, please. Thank you so much. From Algeria, Your Excellency Sheriff, thank you so much for making time to be with us. And God bless you for all the work that you have done. Like we said, there is no way we can be speaking about women's empowerment and leaving the men aside. Okay, that's a beautiful one. Let us get His Excellency Joseph Rutabana from Rwanda. Your Excellency, yes, the men who are supporting the women empowerment and ensuring that this work goes on. On behalf of all the women, on behalf of all the women, yes, from Rwanda. And I will also get Ms. Salome Kagosha from Kenya, the Deputy Head of Mission. Yeah, she's coming through. Oh, she's right here. And then we'll have, we'll also have Ms. Tania Perez from Cuba, Her Excellency. Yes. Yes, Mrs. Tania Perez from Cuba. Dr. Thelma Wari, we are not forgetting you, please. A special one for you. Dr. Sarah Sali, thank you so much for the work and for all the talk towards women empowerment and the actions that have been taken. Thank you for coming through and for the insights on the panel. That was a beautiful one. And we want to say a happy Women's Month and years to come. Miss Annette Kichoncho, we are still saying Happy Women's Day to each and everyone. Miss Annette Kichoncho, please come through. We're more than delighted in a special way to say a Happy Women's Day. Bounty. And we'll get Miss Yogi, please.
Happy Women's Day to all the women.
Oh, yes. Wow. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for making way to come through. I hope this was an insightful discussion and we picked up lessons. We are going to have lunch right outside towards the entrance, and you will pick a coupon. Our team will be right outside to get you a coupon so you can be able to get your lunch as you go out. Make sure that you go through the exhibition, the products to buy, like Her Excellency said. Please buy something, the eatables, the things to use everywhere, so make sure that you pick up something. But also we have a cocktail later on in the afternoon. I mean later on after our lunch and after we're done with the exhibition, there is a cocktail. So make sure that you can continue to network and get to find and talk to the ladies and talk to the gentlemen who are here. Happy Women's Day, Happy Women's Month. Let's continue with that. I remain Mildred Tohaise, and it's been a pleasure to work with Tozama Gangi. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for this, and God bless you all. Journey masses to where you're going back to.
Thank you.